Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Grangemouth Community Education Centre and this meeting of Falkirk Council. I hope everybody enjoyed the singing, the pupils from Grangemouth High School. I thought it was excellent. The agenda was issued on Wednesday, 26th of November. Hard copies were available to members at the Foundry on Thursday, 27th of November. A supplementary agenda was issued on Friday, the 5th of December, containing the minute of the special meeting of Council held on the 27th of November, and the report on proportionality of committees, which I have agreed can be taken today by reason of urgency to allow Council to consider the balance of the Planning Committee. This will be taken as item 10A ahead of item 10 appointments. 3 motions were received under Standing Order 29. All 3 stood referred to the Executive. However, after consultation with group leaders and Councillor McCabe, who was representing independents, I'm content that the Housing with Care motion should be heard by Council today. I propose to take the motion after agenda item 6, Health and Social Care Partnership Engagement with Falkirk Council and elected members. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. There's a full agenda today, and I will vary order as necessary and may introduce breaks as required. I'm mindful of Council's decision in June to be leaders by example when it comes to embodying respectful language and conduct as elected representatives in our meetings and in our interaction with our communities, and I intend to ensure that our meetings are seen to reflect those respectful behaviours. We can disagree, and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. We have upgraded the new audio system, visual system, and ask that members and officers are given patience when operating the new microphones. We have officers from IT available should there be any issues. For avoidance of doubt, I will determine the order of speakers. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate, but at that point it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even if by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, you may miss the chance to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure that their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. If there is an issue, you should let me or the committee team know. So before we start, can everyone check now their mobile phones are switched off or on silent during this meeting? And can also ask that members and officers using laptops set their devices to mute. Agenda item 1, Sethern, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
We have apologies from Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
And we have apologies from Councillor Aitken. Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes. We have apologies from Bailey Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Yeah.
Councillor McCabe.
Yep.
We have apologies from Councillor Mackie Brown, and I understand Councillor Miko John will be attending, but she's detained in another meeting at present. We have apologies from Councillor Murtagh, Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Patrick,
Present.
Councillor Redmond,
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Robertson, Councillor Sinclair,
Yep.
And Councillor Spears.
Present. Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, minutes 3A, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 2nd of October, pages 6 to 13 in your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute? Is there any matters arising from that minute? No. 3B, minute of the special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 6th of November 2025, pages 14 to 18 in your agenda papers. Can we agree that minute? Any matters arising from that minute? No. 3C, minute of the special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 27th of November, which is the supplementary agenda. Can we agree that minute? Any matters arising from that minute? Agenda item 4, rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records decisions of the Council where those call for further reports. The rolling action log provides information on the progress of those reports. The rolling action log does not require to be agreed, but is available for members' questions.
Okay, any questions on the rolling action log? No, thank you. Agenda item 5, Falkirk Council IGB draft business case and Health and Social Care Partnership update. It's a report by Director of Health and Social Care Partnership, pages 27 to 119 in your agenda paper. The report is taken as read, and since there are no amendments submitted, there will be no debate, and I'll just open up for questions to officers. Any questions to officers? No. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Could I just ask if there's any update on because I know that there's going to be changes to the formula for funding for the IJB, and I know that there's been some discussion. Is there any update on the position on that?
Marie or Amanda?
If I maybe come in first and then Marie might want to come in. But in terms of the potential changes for the council's funding settlement, which then has a knock-on implication for the IGB, we are hoping to get some more information in the next week or two about some of the mechanics of it, but we won't have any definitive position until we get the financial settlement in January.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much. If there's no other questions, we'll go to administration to move the motion. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, and thank you to Marie, Gale and the senior leadership team and others for all the work in preparing the business case and this partnership update with the appended annual performance report. Firstly, I want to refer to some of the excellent successes of the partnership in delivering for people who use services and their carers in Falkirk. To name just a couple, I know that many of you went to the Dollar Park Dementia Service relaunch and to the update earlier this year. It truly is an excellent service, and with the work to invest in Dundas Resource Centre, closing Oswald Avenue, also means that the Dementia Service is now able to offer services at the weekend and evenings. Transformation, improvement and meeting demand. I also want to mention locality plans. The report has mentioned Central and East locality plans, and I'm pleased to report that last week the IJB approved the West locality plan. These are based upon the evidence of the strategic needs assessment and consultation with communities. The plans are iterative and will build and develop in response to need and the views of our communities. Like many plans we have discussed, not just in the IJB but in Council, based on continuous improvement. But I want to turn to the business plan and the medium-term financial plan. There is an anticipated 80% increase in those aged 75 plus by 2043, which is now less than 20 years ago. I was surprised listening to something on the news recently, and it was talking about something that happened in 2000, and actually thinking that seemed really close. I don't remember this time passing, but actually 20 years had passed. So this is coming down the road for us, and our more deprived communities face shorter lives and more years of their lives in poor health. This is the challenge we face, and we must respond to this demographic change, transformation, and changing, and responding not only to this change, but shifting expectations and other challenges such as an ageing workforce. There are emerging activities developed to try and make a difference. In primary care, for example, GPs are supporting 5,000 appointments a day, but new technology and initiatives such as digital dermatology and Consultant Connect are helping to support patients every day and preventing unnecessary referral to secondary care. Extended access to NHS dentistry, more options available at community pharmacies, advanced physiotherapy, reduced waiting lists for orthotics, more access to podiatry and dietitians, all focusing on treatment and prevention. Investment in an interim placement unit supported individuals to be discharged, preventing them from having to stay in hospital whilst they awaited their preferred care home, but instead providing a homely environment. Our JLES, Joint Loan Equipment Store, is dealing with a 60% increase in demand, but has transformed and delivered savings by ensuring 3,500 items were able to be reused. Our MEX is an award-winning service, providing a fantastic service, and the recent shift in the balance of care pilot is delivering results and, crucially, good outcomes for people. The plan and business case aim to provide a 3-year plan to financial sustainability, but that sustainability will not be delivered by standing still. If we do not transform, simply put, we cannot deliver for the increasing demand that is not just 20 years away, but right now and building. I refer you to page 109 of the report. The future demographics are unlikely to be able to meet from existing budgets without significant change to service delivery or additional funding from the Scottish Government and or partners. This is a national issue. We are not alone, and we can argue over national, local democratic control, etc., but the fundamentals remain. Integration is here and now. Savings are needed to bridge the gap, and transformation must be continued and accelerated. If we do nothing, people in our communities will not receive the care they need. This is the challenge we face, and I propose the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner?
Happy to second.
Thank you. I'll now go to the group leaders for any comment. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say that because I'm a member of the Integration Joint Board and I chair the Integration Joint Board Performance Audit and Assurance Committee, I have had many opportunities to ask questions, so I want to assure officers that the lack of questions here today is nothing to do with a lack of interest or a lack of scrutiny. It is to do with the fact that officers have answered questions and have also been increasing their offer of briefings for everybody, and I would recommend those two people. I think the important issue Councillor Colley has raised is the change in the demography, and I think we do have to welcome the transformation that is being looked at, some of it not very pleasant, but it's also got to be seen in the context of the fact that while there's increasing demand for the services, there's been a £1.1 billion, a 9% reduction in funding, as has been shown in the Audit Commission's report.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Spears?
To echo what Councillor Hannah's just said, the lack of questions does not reflect a lack of concern. We live in very challenging times, and I'm sure that scrutiny does take place. and will continue to take place. So we look forward to things going as well as they possibly can under difficult circumstances. And we certainly look forward to further scrutiny and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Will I go to Billy Kerr?
Thanks, Provost. Happy with the report. No questions or just happy to see the progress being made. Thanks, Provost.
Yeah, thanks, Billy Kerr. Any other independent members have any comment? No. Can we agree with the report? Okay,
Agreed.
thank you. Agenda item 6, Health and Social Care Partnership Engagement with Falkirk Council and elected members. It's a joint report by the Chief Executive and the Director of Health and Social Care Partnership. Pages 120 to 125 in your agenda paper. The report is taken as read. Since an amendment has been received, there will be a debate. So we'll open it up initially for questions to officers. Any questions to officers? No. Oh, Councillor Colley.
I do have some questions for officers that relate to the content of the amendment. Is that okay to ask those questions just now, or would you prefer that waited?
Okay.
That's okay, thank you. I've got two sets of questions, and I apologise that there's quite a few. One is on resources and the other on engagement. So the first one is, what are the resource implications of the proposal within the amendment, both financial and staff time for the Chief Officer?
Thank you. So we would need to work out what the resources implications would be, and we would need additional clarification on definitions to support us to do that. We do anticipate it would require significant resource implications, including staffing and potentially venue costs as well. So potentially that might be around about £80,000, but we would need to work out fully the implications of that from a resourcing perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Colley.
Thanks. And I wondered if there has been any discussion in advance of the amendment on the cost involved, and has there been any discussion on Falkirk Council meeting the cost of this additionality, including the time of both the Chief Officer and Chief Finance Officer?
Yeah.
Not with myself, and I'm not aware of any other engagement.
Yeah. Can you maybe set out any potential implications if this was required to be met by integrated budgets on services and on relationships with the NHS? Has the NHS partner in the IJB team been consulted for the views on this proposal and any unintended consequences, including additional staff resource, which will be needed to service such a body being taken away from other demands?
So I'm not aware there's been any engagement with colleagues in the NHS. I think it's important to recognise that the integrated budgets in effect lose their identity when they come over to the IJB to determine how they're utilised. So if there was additional resource requirements, that would obviously have an impact on integrated budgets, which would affect services and health services as well as community services.
Thank you. I'll move to the second set. I won't keep you too much longer. When was the participation and engagement strategy approved by the Integrated Joint Board?
So the participation engagement strategy was approved by the Integration Joint Board in June 2024, and it runs through till 2027.
Thank you. And can you set out the current routes for engagement, which would normally include all proposals around savings with trade unions?
So we meet as a matter of business as usual with our joint staff forum, which includes trade unions from both the council and NHS on a monthly basis. We then report on what's been discussed to the IJB within the Chief Officer report. In addition to that, where there are change and transformation programs underway, we'll have additional meetings with trade unions as required, and we're also always happy to have any individual discussions with trade union colleagues.
Thank you. And can you set out the normally planned engagement with unions and staff, service users affected and their families and elected members? And I suppose there's some examples that I can think of around maybe Cunningham House, and maybe why similar plans for Tickets Hall were impacted differently.
So generally when there's service changes, we plan to engage with all of the key stakeholders, including all of the groups that you've mentioned, so including IJB members, elected members, NHS board members, trade union members, the public and other key stakeholders. So we have a fairly comprehensive programme of engagement that we've implemented last year as part of our budget savings programme that included drop-in sessions at community venues, as well as an online survey. In relation to particular service changes, and you've mentioned the slow stream rehab at Cunningham House, the approach that we took there was to have a series of meetings with the individual stakeholder groups, including those being cared for and their families, the staff that were affected, the trade unions, and local elected members and wider elected members. And we planned that quite carefully to make sure that there was the opportunity for questions to be asked and captured, and frequently asked questions, for example, to be prepared and communications to be issued. We did have a similar plan in place in relation to the Housing with Care re-provision this year. Unfortunately, there was information given to social media that was unplanned, and we had to react to that, which meant that we weren't able to deliver what the engagement that was planned in a planned way, and we were more on a reactive footing, which did lead to a number of different issues. We have undertaken a lessons learned approach with a number of key stakeholders to understand how we can continue to improve our engagement processes going forward.
Thank you. And my final question, and this is, are your team available for questions and discussions with elected members, trade unions, staff groups, service users and carers on service change out with the sessions set out in today's paper?
Yes, just to confirm that we are. Myself and the senior management team are always happy to meet with elected members. We've obviously got a number of sessions in the diary, but if those don't suit, or if there are particular issues that elected members wish to discuss, we're always happy to make a time as much as we can. In addition to that, we spend time with service users, with trade unions to discuss particular issues, and we'll always endeavour to meet requirements of our key stakeholders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Colley. Councillor Garner?
Just given there is an amendment, our group would like to discuss it, so a short recess, whether that's after the amendment's been moved or prior. It's up to Colin, I think.
Okay, we'll carry on with the questions. Then we'll go to the recess. So have you got a question, Councillor Garner? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Can I ask, is there any example in the history of Falkirk Council of a working group being set up involving elected members, service users, staff and unions to consider the impact of service changes? Does such an example exist?
You would like to take that?
Provost, I'm not aware of that having happened, and I can't recollect it having happened. I do think the one time where we had elected members involved in service changes would have been the only time I can recollect would have been significant workforce changes, but not service delivery changes.
Thank you. And maybe possibly back to Gail for this one, but what do you think would be the consequences of having such a working group, in the sense of you've explained the different ways in which unions, service users, councillors, etc., are informed and consulted, each group individually, but what would be the consequences of having them all in the one working group?
So I think we'd need to work that through in terms of developing terms of reference which set out the purpose of such a working group. I think it's important to recognise that the different stakeholders have different needs in terms of consultation and engagement. So, for example, in terms of a service change that had implications for staff, it sometimes wouldn't be appropriate to discuss that in public or with elected members. That's appropriate that we have those conversations, excuse me, between the staff and HR, for example. So it really would depend on the nature. I think from a wider perspective, there would be a resource implication, there would be a pace implication, which could impact on the progress and the timings of the progress of change. That being said, it's appropriate that we do make changes, taking the appropriate time to make sure that we are engaging with the right people. But this might be an additional step which would delay decisions being implemented or coming to IJB for decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hara. 10 minutes, Councillor Garner. Okay, thank you. 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll now go to the administration to move the motion. Councillor Colley.
Oops, thank you. The report sets out the mechanisms for engagement and the expanded opportunities for elected members. Whilst I recognise others' passion, the amendment has simply not taken into account the remit, accountability and resource implications of establishing such a working group, and its activity already undertaken by the board officers of the HSCP and our partners. Work has already been undertaken to continually improve our engagement and consultation processes, and there are clear success stories, including Cunningham House and changes to day services, with the full and positive engagement with residents, family, staff and elected members involved. In addition, routes already exist for engagement with trade unions, including the monthly joint staff forum, and with elected members to work through scrutiny, regular reporting to full council, the FSG and the expanded engagement sessions for elected members. Moreover, elected members can, at any time they wish, seek answers, further information or meet with the Chief Officer and her team around any proposals. Similarly, staff and unions have a clear route with HR and a representative on the IJB. We must enable officers to focus on the delivery of services, engaging and consulting as they go along, and ensure the sustainability of health and social care services for the citizens of Falkirk. I encourage all members to support the motion, to vote the report, and I propose the motion.
Thanks. Councillor Colley, do you have a seconder? Councillor Meikle-John?
Provost, I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you. Now go to Councillor McCabe to move his amendment.
Thank you, Provost. My amendment's been made out to be something that it actually isn't. My amendment purely seeks to allow elected members to be involved in the processes of decisions that are being made by HSAP/IJB. Great play has been made of the resource implications here. I have no wish to spend a single penny more than is already expended by the IJB. If the mechanisms which are, to quote, already in place, there's no need for the Health and Social Care Partnership IJB to do any additional work to pull together information and present it to elected members. Partly the reason for bringing the amendment here is because presently I don't believe the mechanisms work as they are being portrayed. And one example I'll give is an elected member here attempted to attend a meeting down at the stadium and was refused entry, despite wishing to represent his constituents who were being impacted by a decision that had been made by the IJB. He'd gone along purely in an observation role, but was refused entry. I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to, within the motion there, of form a working group, a forum, a body. I don't care what you call it whatever you like, but allow the stakeholders, elected members, most critically the end user, unions, staff, and to have an open and transparent discussion on the issues. A couple of my council colleagues have already pointed out to me, we can't overturn the IJB decisions. I totally get that. But what we can do is to make Health and Social Care Partnership, IJB, aware of concerns that we may have about the impacts that any of these decisions make. On the other hand, we may turn around and say, absolutely fantastic work. We congratulate you on you and give you every support. This is not just about trying to clear the pitch or halt any decision making of the IJB. This is to try and have an open dialogue where elected members hear all of the facts presented timeously so that they can take it on board, throw in their tuppence worth. Health and Social Care Partnership, IJB, decide to ignore it, it's absolutely fine. But at least we've had that opportunity to engage and highlight any concerns that we have. With that, I would propose my amendment, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCabe. Do you have a seconder?
And reserve the right and to say I will speak later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now move into debate. So if anybody's got anything they want to debate. Councillor McKay, Councillor Spears, and then Councillor Hannah.
I'd like to emphasise the word social and social care. As elected members, we're here to look after the interests, not just the local people, but in our constituents, because in some instances with social care, it covers the whole district. Somebody mentioned Cunningham House. I think it was Councillor Colley. I can say I've never been invited to Cunningham House to take part in anything. The IGB has elected members on board. Do they represent the council? I'm beginning to wonder really why they're there when you can call in at different times the local member when items actually affect their ward. I think that would be a better representation for the public on Falkirk County, the public, that their representative in Falkirk Council was called in to discuss matters that affect that area. The public expect representation everywhere you go. People will ask what you're doing about this or what's happening about that. And for now to say, sorry, I'm not allowed to go to that meeting, I'm not allowed to put forward your input, a discussion where these decisions are made and brought forward. I think this amendment ensures that the public will be heard. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley, do you want to come in?
Yes, probably on that. I don't know quite how to do this. Whether it's I guess a 19-1 on the basis that actually around Cunningham House that all elected members were consulted. All elected members were provided with information, and particularly targeted at local members, because that was a significant change. But I wonder if there's an opportunity within this to ask the chief officer around councillors being able to come to meetings, because my understanding is that both the IGB and the Performance and Audit Committee are public meetings. And actually, Councillor McCabe has been at one of those public meetings. So I'm struggling to understand the stadium meeting that someone was turned away from, and I wonder if anyone can help with it.
Okay, Councillor Colley. Well, the time for questions is past really, but as something new that's been raised, so I will go to Gail to ask her to answer that.
Thank you. Just to confirm that the IJB is held in public. Occasionally there might be an item that will be held in private, and the chair of the IJB can determine that. But largely the IJB is held in private, as is the Performance Audit and Assurance Committee. In terms of the Cunningham House, at the time of that transition, was when COVID was circulating, and there was actually an outbreak in the Cunningham House at the time. So we didn't invite elected members into the care home, but we had online sessions, and we communicated through online correspondence as well to preserve obviously the safety of people around that time. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. As one of the members of this council who's on the Integration Joint Board, I can assure that I do share some of the concerns about democratic accountability. I've had those discussions with officers on numerous occasions and looked at the ways in which we can improve on that. The reality, however, is that the Integration Joint Board is set up under legislation. The law dictates the makeup of the Integration Joint Board, and this council cannot change that law. So I think while I agree that there are concerns about that level of democratic scrutiny, I don't think it's appropriate for us to try and find a backdoor way into it. Also, as one of the members of the IJB who's there to represent the Falkirk Council, I would say I am not there, excuse me, to represent my ward and my ward interests. I am there to represent the interests of, I regard myself as being there to represent the interests of all the service users across the whole of the area. And I think it's an important distinction in terms of what we do, because what happens in one ward in terms of service change can impact on another. In terms of the proposed amendment, I simply do not think it's workable. I already have plenty meetings to attend, and I don't think it would help the democratic process to set up a further body which had a mixture of trade unions, staff, service users, and elected members, because the different interests of those different individuals are different. The reports that we've had have detailed the different mechanisms for consultation and involvement of all of those individuals, the elected members, the service users, the staff, and the unions. So there are various mechanisms in place for that consultation, and I cannot see that this proposal would add anything to that process.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Anyone else want to take part in the debate? Okay, if there's no one else. Is Bellica?
Thanks, Provost. Provost, is it too late to ask any questions? Because
we're in, well, questions are fast, Bellica, but we're in the debate. If there's anything you want to bring into the debate.
I would just like to maybe ask Mr. Moody if regarding just what Councillor Hannah's just mentioned about the legal stance of the membership of the IJB. So I understand the concerns of Councillor McCabe, but legally, would we be able to change the structure of the IJB?
Mr. Moody.
The fundamental structure of the division of responsibilities between the IJB and the partnership bodies is set out in the Act. We can't change that. There is some scope to alter the membership of the Integration Joint Board through reviewing the integration scheme, and members may recall that that was done relatively recently to update the integration scheme, and that's in its final stages now, heading towards approval by the Scottish ministers. And one of those changes was to increase the number of councillors on the Integration Joint Board from 3 to 4. So yes, to that extent, there is some scope for the Council and the Health Board between them to agree the membership of the IJB, but the fundamental principle that the IJB is the body which is the decision maker in relation to the delegated services, both from Health and the Council, is not up for our decision. It sits within the core of the legislation within the Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Act.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody. And Bellica?
Thanks, Provost. That clarifies a point for me. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or nobody else taking part in the debate, we'll go to Councillor Colley to sum up.
I'll keep it relatively brief because I think I've probably spoken quite a lot today. I recognise Councillor McCabe's passion on this issue, but I believe the mechanisms do already exist and are being further enhanced through this report. And there are financial and resource implications. And it is the duty of the IJB to make decisions and to work, and they do already work in partnership with both partners, the Council and the NHS Board. And I don't think I want to say any more than that, but just to, I don't think the amendment is required.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to the vote.
Provost, the motion consists of the recommendations as set out in the report, and the motion is moved by Councillor Colley and seconded by Councillor Meikle-John, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor Spears, which has been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 20 votes for the motion. There are 4 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to the motion housing with care concerns, and no amendments have been submitted, so there'll be no debate. So we'll just open up for questions to officers on the motion. Any questions to officers on Councillor McCabe's motion? Councillor Colley.
Apologies. I seem to be talking far too much today. Some questions for officers just on the content. Given this is a recurring saving, can you provide information on the revised savings in year 1 and year 2, given the delay, and what will be saved annually thereafter?
Mrs. Kears.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Yeah, I can confirm. So the latest budget monitoring report that we took to IJB last week noted that of the 125,000 recurring savings that were included in this year's budget, 97,000 will not be achievable due to the delays in implementation for this year. However, of the 150,000 recurring saving that we actually expect it to overachieve. The estimate was an estimate at the time of bringing forward the budget proposal, but the fact that it's now, we know that it's Tiggett's Haw, and the updated budget information that we have right now suggests that there may be a recurring efficiency of approximately 210,000 in total. But that's dependent on final reviews of assessed need for the people who receive care and the ongoing work around staffing. Thanks.
Thank you. Can someone from, I'm not sure who would be replying to this one, but can you set out how care providers are identified and how our individuals are supported to make their choice of options?
Mrs. Woodcock. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. So if I start in terms of talking about how we assess, so when the social work team assess someone, what they do is they consider, they assess under the Social Work Scotland Act, but also the Self-Directed Support Act. What that means is clients have the option to choose either option 1, 2, 3 or 4 in terms of how their care is delivered. Option 1 is with regards to choosing what's called a direct payment. So that means that you can perhaps employ a PA and direct the care yourself. Option 2 is where you would select a preferred provider, and it doesn't need to be within our framework. And you have more control around how you manage that care. Option 3 is where you've nominated the partnership to arrange that care. And option 4 is perhaps a mix of the above options, depending on the person's choice. If option 3 is chosen, then what we do is we look at our internal capacity first within our care at home service. If there's no capacity within that, then the care is arranged using our e-brokerage system, which operates in line with our care and support at home framework. What that does is it looks at the available care providers. That fluctuates on a daily basis, depending on their capacity. And it ensures that that care provider can meet the care needs for that individual. Then what happens is the care provider puts in a bid. So we have 80 providers on our care and support at home framework. So it's very much dependent on, at that point in time, who would bid for that care package. And then our e-brokerage service then looks at that and then would advise the service who the preferred provider is, and then we would make the arrangements.
Thank you. The point 3 of the amendment notes around the process, including dates and teams undertaking the work. Can you, I suppose, state the process of how you've worked with individuals like Tiggettshaw, but also the number of any outstanding assessments, if there are any?
Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. So it's been the local social work team, so it's been the West Locality social work team that has been working with individuals that receive a service within Tiggettshaw. In terms of outstanding assessments, we have 2 outstanding assessments. That's because we've taken a reablement approach and we're trialling equipment. So that'll inform the final care plan. So it's not that we're not assessing and reviewing right now for the individuals, but what we're doing is we're taking a wee bit of time around that to make sure it's a more holistic assessment, and that's based on the individual's needs in trialling equipment so that we can maximise independence for the individuals.
Thank you. Just my final question. Obviously, we've been kind of back and forth on this issue a number of times, and the protracted period, and I want to be very clear that when I talk about the protracted period, our trade union colleagues have an absolute right to make their concerns known, as have individual residents. So it's not a criticism at all, but I do want to get a bit of a feel for how people are finding that extended period of implementing the decision, and it was just a kind of general question, because I think sometimes there's things that there's things we do with good intentions that sometimes can be challenging for individuals.
Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. So I think we recognise it's been a challenging time for both staff impacted, but also for clients that are affected by the changes that are ongoing within Tiggettshaw. We continue to engage. We have the team manager who bases herself on site on a regular basis. We have the housing with care manager, and we're open to engaging with people and ensuring that we provide reassurance around these changes. I think the challenge is that we've not been able to give certainty around timescales for individuals, and that's really contributed to the kind of stress that I think people have experienced around these changes. We're keen to progress these along in partnership with both clients and staff at a pace that meets their needs, but also we have to deliver in terms of this service change as directed by the IGB.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Cawley. Any other questions? No? Councillor Hannah, my apologies.
Hi, thank you. Can Can I just ask for a bit of clarification? The eligibility criteria for assessing, which Carolyn has referred to, was decided in March this year. Is that correct? What part of those eligibility criteria covers community activities?
Caroline?
So it's very much dependent on an individual's needs. So if we think about the eligibility criteria that was agreed at the IJB in March 2025, what it stated was we would provide a service to people with substantial or critical needs. So it's not to say that people don't have perhaps needs around social activities, but what we would do is we would look to look at what impact they have in terms of substantial and critical in the specific areas. And we would, look at third sector or voluntary services. So it's not that we don't recognise that, there's moderate or low needs that perhaps people need assistance with addressing. But it may well be that it doesn't meet the criteria in terms of substantial or critical for the partnership to provide a formal service.
Thank you. And just one other question. Following the assessment of someone's care needs, does the Health and Social Care Partnership have a legal requirement to meet those needs or to ensure those needs are met?
Caroline?
So in terms of the legal requirement, I think the eligibility criteria, if I reference that again, that sets out where we would provide a formal service. So in terms of how that's delivered, if I reference the Social Work Scotland Act and the Self-Directed Support Act, that's about how we would identify an appropriate resource, and we would then work with the clients to look at how we would deliver that service depending on what option they choose. So we have a statutory duty to assess, but in terms of how the service is delivered, that's really up to the partnership to reference how they do that. And we've taken the decision that we would base that on the eligibility criteria, which is available to all, publicly available, about how we provide a service.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. If there's no other questions, go to Councillor McCabe. Oh, Councillor Patrick, no?
I was just, as we're discussing this particular provision, I've probably come at the wrong time, should have said this perhaps later on, but I think I have an interest as a financial guardian and someone who actually lives in Tiggotts Hall, and usually it's not an issue to me, but I think on this particular motion, I'm just going to excuse myself from that, because it's very specifically about provision within Tiggotts Hall.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any questions? Okay, yeah. So since you've recused yourself, Councillor Patrick, you need to leave the meeting till we've finalised this part of it. So we'll now go to Councillor McCabe to move his motion.
Thank you, Provost. As much as Tiggotts is identified within my motion here, this isn't specifically about Tiggotts. This is about the wider implications of this decision. This will be rolled out across other housing with care facilities within the local authority. We've heard about the statutes and self-directed support, and within the statute, the 4 options that are available to residents who require some care support. Those were options 1, 2, 3 and 4. Option 5 was missing. Option 5 is, would you like your care to remain as it currently is, provided by Falkirk Council? So as much as we talk about giving these elderly, vulnerable people the right to self-directed support. We don't. We don't give them the option of continuing with a fantastic gold standard service currently provided at Tiggetshire. I listened in with great interest there to the question posed by Councillor Hannah, eligibility criteria regarding communal activities. And what we heard within the answer is we have a statutory duty to assess, but we don't have a statutory duty to provide. What in effect that means is that the elderly residents of Tiggetshire are going to have their care provision fundamentally changed, and taken away from them is all the communal activity that is put on by this current staff at Tiggetshire. Now that could be Elvis singing in the building, Elvis coming at Christmas. It could be visiting groups coming to the communal lounge area. That communal lounge area is going to be taken out of their use. They won't be allowed to go in there. This is already happening. I can't remember, forgive me, whether it's Glenbrae or Glenfewer, where the local residents there were asked to form a local tenants residents association and pay for the communal lounge. The same is being asked of the residents of Tiggetshire. Currently, the staff of Tiggetshire will go along and they'll pick up Mr. Nimmo, who is unfortunately ambulant disabled. They will wheel him along to the communal area where he can see Elvis. With the new care provision, that's not going to happen. What you're going to have is 4 visitors throughout the day, morning, lunch, dinner time, evening time. 10, 15 minutes, and then those carers walk out the door. Effectively, what we are doing is we are saying to those residents, sit in your room, whether it's one of the lovely bungalows or whether it's one of the fantastic apartments in the main complex, sit there. Unless you have a member of the family or someone willing to come along, take you out, ambulant, disabled or whatever, you're going to have to just sit there. When it comes to the consultation aspect on this, we had a public meeting at the library, very well attended by Ewan Steenbank MP. He asked specifically about the consultation that was taken regarding this decision. And I think we heard that, there was something like 400 responses. That was through Participate Plus. How many came from Tiggetshire? Not a single one. What we had was this wide consultation thrown out there for anybody to comment on, but none specifically asked of the tenants of Tiggetshire. Now here we have drop in this and drop in that, whatever. You need to remember, these are elderly people who have cognitive issues. Many of them don't have smart TVs, internet access, mobile phones. Many of them can't even use them. And quite a number of them, as I say, have ambulant disabilities and can't get out of their accommodation unless they are assisted by the fantastic staff at Tiggetshire. I'm not asking for this. I'm actually pleading for this. Please don't do this to our elderly residents. Again, I started off with this isn't specifically about tickets as much as I'm cracking on about it. This is going to be rolled out across the local authority. We should be resisting any such change like this because it's going to impact the other three housing with care facilities that we currently have in the local authority area. I think that's me, Provost. Yeah.
Okay,
just to close, Provost, if you don't mind, the protracted period of implementation stated as if that's a bit of an inconvenience because this decision would have been made sooner and and the residents would have been made aware of that decision quicker.
A minute left, Councillor.
Thanks, Provost. The protracted period of implementation actually came around because of serious concerns that the trade union had with how the staff, the current staff at Tiggetshire were actually being treated. That was why there is this protracted element. As to it adding to the anxiety, nothing added to the anxiety more than telling these elderly residents we're taking away the carers that you have known for the past year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Nimmo?
Thanks, Provost. I'm just going to formally second and reserve the right to come back in if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John for her views.
I've just, as a comment, Councillor McCabe's introduced something that I think is quite concerning, and I appreciate we're past questions, but I think it wants some clarification. The comments I've made several times that this will be rolled out across the council area. My understanding is that there was an options appraisal carried out to which facility would best fit this model, and Tiggetshire was the only one that actually met that criteria. So in order to not create further anxiety within the public, I just wonder if we could have that clarified.
Mrs. Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you. So just to confirm that the decision by IJB last March was to re-provision one housing with care unit, and that's what's been delivered. There's not been any other decisions, and any other proposals would have to go through and have a separate decision taken. So there's no other decisions that have currently been made.
Okay. Councillor McCabe, was it a 19-1 or was you've already spoken?
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just to clarify for Councillor Meikle-John, Provost. The options appraisal was carried. Don't worry about this. I'm not going to go further into the debate. The options appraisal that was carried out, I consider was flawed. That's an aside. Where I'm saying this will be rolled out is it's already happened in, forgive me, my apologies to Mr. Brown, I think it was Glenbrae, where the communal facilities there have been taken out of, for want of a better word, council control, and are the residents there were asked to form and pay
Councillor McCabe, I think
substantial amount of money.
It's already answered that.
It's just to clarify that, it's already happened.
Okay.
It may be not being rolled out, maybe that's the wrong term, but just to let you know there are impacts further down the line. Thanks very much. Who's wanted to clarify?
Councillor Hannah? Apologies, Councillor Meikle-John.
I just feel that we are compounding two different things here, and I think we just need to be very careful about the anxiety that we are going to create. Remember that this is in public in relation to those two different things. I just don't think it's appropriate, Provost.
No, I think Mrs. Woodcock clarified that nothing else is being rolled out, Councillor
Hannah. I think we have to try to keep this clearly and simply to the issues in the motion here. I think we all acknowledge that there have been concerns raised by residents, by families, by staff. The appropriate disputes process was gone through by the trade unions, and that is, as Councillor Colley said earlier on, entirely correct. I'm satisfied that the concerns that have been raised have been addressed. There have been multiple questions and multiple answers to this. I think we need to be very, very clear about what the changes are that were agreed by the IJB and that the Health and Social Care Partnership is trying to implement. It doesn't remove care from anybody. It doesn't increase the costs for anybody of the care that is provided for them. And it doesn't close any facilities or ask anybody to move. What it does is provide residents with a choice of care provider under the appropriate legislation. Now, Councillor Colley mentioned earlier on the increase in the number of people over the age of 75. Now, there has been a 43% increase in the number of elderly people, number of people over 75, and it's going to be a further 80% increase. While that increased demand for services has been going on, the Scottish Government funding for IJBs has been reduced by 1.1 billion. So the Health and Social Care Partnership has a fairly challenging situation to deal with. I cannot, in all conscience, support the idea that people in one part of the Falkirk Council area are being provided with services that are not part of the care requirement, while others are stuck in hospital, unable to go back to their own home because there is inadequate care at home available. And those are the choices that are having to be made by our Health and Social Care Partnership. I fully accept that there are concerns, and I am confident that there will be adequate notice taken of those concerns and adequate action to mitigate any concerns. And I do think it's important that the Health and Social Care Partnership gets ahead and implements the decision, which has now been delayed for 6 months.
So can I just ask for you supporting the motion or against?
I am opposing the motion.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Meikle-John to ask the same question.
Thank you, Provost. And sorry, I should have made that clear when I spoke. Apologies for that. Cannot support the motion. As Councillor Hannah has very eloquently said, we can't have a disparity between those within the community and those within other aspects of like Turgot Shaw getting different levels of care. The care will still continue to be provided, and there's been consultation with the residents on how that will be provided, just like anyone else. But our care system has to modernise, it has to innovate, it has to change in order to be able to increase its capacity going forward. And tests of change such as this are very welcome to enable that the resources are able to be distributed to those most in greatest need. Thank you, Provost.
Very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Spears.
The word disparity has raised its ugly head. We've already said that this is a one-off, it doesn't affect every other care facility. But now we've been told there'll be no disparity. That's concerning. We've been told there's been cuts to the IJB. You know, cuts have impact, and I'd rather err on the side of concern and not cuts, because they cause anxiety. Shocked to hear, and I've been to Tiggetshire, fantastic facility, that the main gathering place will be closed. Being a big Elvis fan, I'm shocked that they're not going to get that level of entertainment, but I'm sure maybe they'll go up, maybe get the Denny kids to go up and sing Last Christmas, we gave you our care. This year we took it away. This is the very thin end of the wedge, and we need to realise we either care as a baby boomer, I say this, care for our elderly, or we use the word no disparity. Thank you.
I go to Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I think Councillor McCabe's motion is, and it comes across as being passionate about Ticket Show and the wider community, and clearly the residents' families were very unhappy the initial stages of the consultation, where they weren't happy because most of them, or if them all, weren't had any consultation, so they couldn't influence anything that happened. And asking in paragraph 4, or number 4 of the motion, asking the IJB to reconsider the decision, I don't think the decision would change. I think they would come to the same decision. And I think that the thinking behind the motion is right, I think. However, I don't think that we as a council can change that decision by the IGB. That's an outside body. It was similar to a conversation I had with Councillor Flynn when the trust was in partnership with the council. If the trust made a decision, the council couldn't change it, as they were a separate body, even though we had members of the council on the board. Very hard decision, and I take my hat off to Councillor McCabe for bringing the motion forward. Provost, thank you.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. I'll just go to Mr. Moody to explain the next stage, the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And we have a motion moved and seconded as is set out in your agenda at section 12. It's moved by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor Nimmo. We have no amendment submitted or circulated in this case, but it's clear from the contributions of at least 2 of the group leaders that there is not general agreement among council members with the contents of the motion. And in those circumstances, Standing Order 2014 of your standing orders applies, and there is a vote for or against the motion. So the motion is, the vote is either for Councillor McCabe's motion or against Councillor McCabe's motion. Provost Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Aitchison.
Against.
Councillor Anslow.
Against.
Councillor Binney.
Against.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Colley.
Against.
Councillor Deacon.
Against.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Flynn.
Against.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Hannah.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Bailey Kerr.
Reluctantly against.
Councillor McCabe.
For the motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Against.
Councillor Nimmo.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Redmond.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie,
For.
Councillor Sinclair,
Against.
and Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 4 votes for the motion. There are 18 votes against the motion with 1 abstention, and the motion falls.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. We'll now have a 15-minute comfort break. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 7. It's the annual report of the Chief Social Work Officer and Standing Order 2015 applies to this agenda item, and I'll go to Mr. Moody to explain that.
Thank you, Provost. Standing Order 2015 just applies to those reports which you wouldn't ordinarily anticipate a motion or an amendment, but it disapplies the strict rules of debate in relation to those items to allow for a full flow of questions or contributions from members. And it's done to allow a report of this kind to be properly discussed and aired, just to recognise its important role in the governance structure of the council, and for councillors to receive assurance from your Chief Social Work Officer as to the operation of social work services.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody, and I've agreed that Sarah Lacey will introduce the report, and no amendments have been submitted, so there will be no debate. So we'll go to Sarah to speak to the report.
Thank you, Provost. This annual report provides assurance on the delivery of statutory social work functions, governance and performance across Falkirk. It reflects our commitment to protecting and supporting people from pre-birth to end of life while promoting dignity, safety and independence. It also sets out key achievements, challenges and priorities for the year ahead. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge our workforce. Social work and social care staff have continued to show extraordinary commitment and professionalism. Despite rising demand and workforce pressures, they continue to deliver high-quality, compassionate services. My introduction to the report provides thanks to every member of our workforce, recognising all they do for the people we care about in our communities. This year has seen major developments and numerous achievements, such as the integration of children's and justice social work services into the Health and Social Care Partnership in April 2025. We introduced new career pathways, multi-agency training, simulation-based learning, and expanded student placements. Advanced practitioner roles have been embedded, and we've invested in trauma-informed practice and anti-racism initiatives. Resource allocation panels now ensure consistency and fairness in care planning. New management structures were implemented to strengthen quality assurance and leadership. A new through care team has been developed to support people leaving custody, and our Women's Justice Service provides trauma-informed, gender-sensitive support. The ADP has embedded lived experience in planning and made strong progress on the medication assisted treatment standards. We've achieved strong inspection outcomes for our residential homes and disability services. Our Closer to Home strategy has supported an increase in kinship care placements and strengthened support for foster carers and care experienced young people. Our public protection activity has improved multi-agency protocols for adult support and protection. We've hosted successful learning events on financial harm and embarked on a series of Chief Officer webinars to enhance a learning culture. Challenges remain, and these are outlined in the report: recruitment and retention of experienced social workers, mental health officers and occupational therapists. We're managing increasing complexity and demand and financial pressures. Provost, I follow the Scottish Government prescribed template to produce this annual report, and in the looking ahead section, I note priorities for 2025-26, including continuing to take forward the integration of children's and justice social work services into the Health and Social Care Partnership. We're seeking to strengthen our whole system's approach to care, support and protection. Embedding Falkirk's trauma-informed strategy and action plan, delivering on the promise that we've made to our care experienced babies, children and young people, strengthening foster carer recruitment and support for kinship carers. We're driving forward workforce development and career pathways and wellbeing initiatives, and all of that activity is covered in some detail in the annual report. Through these efforts, we remain focused on what matters most, supporting people to live safe and fulfilling lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank colleagues from across all of the services for contributing to this year's report. I'd like to refer Council to the recommendations at section 2 of the cover report, and thank you, Provost. And I do have colleagues with me today to help answer any questions, which we welcome. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So we'll now open up for questions. Anybody got any questions? Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. I was just wondering if Sarah or anyone else could go into more details about the new career pathways to try and attract members of staff to join the force.
Yes, we have. So I think a feature of previous annual reports from me has explored the issues that we have with the recruitment and retention challenges for mental health officers, for qualified social workers, and for occupational therapists. So we have a very active set of activities that sit around this particular matter. All of that is supported through a monthly recruitment and retention working group with specific focus on exploring a number of different creative ways of attending to the challenges that we have. A significant part of why people want to come to work for Falkirk will not just be about what they get paid and the hours that they work, but it is also about how we actually support them through their whole career. So 2.5 perhaps years ago, we introduced a new structure where we created advanced practitioner roles and assistant team manager roles. Those have proven to be really helpful in terms of our recruitment to and retention of, but we still continue to have vacancies for mental health officers who are really, really challenging to recruit, occupational therapists and social workers. So it is a constant attention that we pay to it. We try and think of as many creative ways as we possibly can to make sure that Falkirk is considered by qualifying social workers, OTs, and people that are interested in becoming mental health officers. So we have had open evenings, for example. We've created videos, Martin and I starring, but most importantly, numbers of our staff talking about what it is like to come to work in Falkirk and to be attracting people. It is a national issue. It's not just a Falkirk issue. It's a UK issue. So it does require constant attention.
Okay, thanks for the full answer, Sarah. Now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Sarah. Just when I hear you talking about staff recruiting and staff retention, I think it is also worth saying that the quality of staff that we get here in Falkirk is next to none. So I think that should be said today without doubt. I think also what ties into that is that Falkirk, in my mind, is going far and beyond what a lot of other local authorities are doing in terms of the promise. And I imagine that's really attractive to staff coming here as well. So I think that's worth noting. One thing that I would like to press on, if I may, is just within the report you talk about missing people, and it's slightly more towards adult missing persons. But I'm just wondering, how is the relationship between social work and Police Scotland? Because I know obviously you rely on each other heavily, specifically in instances of missing people. How do you find the response and the support from Police Scotland? Because they're obviously incredibly stretched as well, so it's not always at the forefront of their priorities. But how do you find that within Falkirk?
Thank you, Provost. So we do work really effectively with our local police colleagues, and the missing persons protocol has really supported how we respond to missing children and young people. So our protocol now supports a particular position where it's the person that has really got the best relationship to the child that would follow up from a child who has been missing for a period, Councillor Patterson. So it's not just automatically police that would follow up. It could be a really good relationship with a teacher, a social worker, or the police would perhaps need to be involved depending on the set of circumstances. Responsiveness is good. I think there is a really clear understanding through the work that we've done around missing persons to the safeguarding and the child protection aspect and the adult protection aspect for adults. So response is good. We work carefully together to have implemented the protocol in the first place. There is much more to do, but the work that is the oversight of it largely sits with the Child Protection Committee and the Adult Protection Committee, and that feeds in governance terms into the Public Protection Chief Officers Group.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you very much for this very full and detailed report. I wonder if you could say a little more about breaks for young carers. We had a motion at the council some time ago about trying to ensure that there are breaks for young carers, and there is new legislation, as I understand it. I wonder if you could say a bit more about how that's being rolled out, if it's being rolled out.
Thank you. So it is very challenging to identify young carers, so that is one of our main areas that we are needing to be very responsive to. The schools are really helpful in terms of supporting the identification of young carers. And a young carers break can take numerous different forms, so it doesn't necessarily mean a holiday as a break, but it could be accessing creative activities such as arts and crafts, or outings to the zoo on a one-to-one basis with a befriender or within a group setting. So there's various different ways of supporting young carers and doing that really in a way that they choose to have their support provided.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Provost. And I thank Councillor Bundy for his question. I'm sure Sarah would have anticipated me asking the same, because we'll have the conversation every time I speak to her about staffing levels. My second question, Sarah, is based on the prison-based social work team. How was the introduction of male prisoners to Pullman impacted upon the workload of the team there?
So, as members will be aware, Pullman is a national prison and was typically historically known as a young offenders institute, accommodating young people. But over recent times, as really a consequence of overcrowding and changing needs within prison settings, it now accommodates females, males and young people as well. So the staff have really had to adapt within the Scottish Prison Service around all of that, and our team has adapted too. So we have a memorandum of understanding in terms of the work that we do within the prison. Although it's hosted by Falkirk, we don't just look at Falkirk people that are in Pullman, so we provide the service across the whole of the population within the prison setting.
It's quite demanding for the staff then. Yeah, my other question was basically with the different guidance on sentencing now and trying to keep people out of prisons, what impact is that having on your unpaid work team?
So the unpaid work team have got quite a bit of a section within the report because of the importance of the work that they do. So we are intending on renaming the team to the restorative work team, really because I think unpaid work team just doesn't really feel like it is adequately describing what they do and really the range of what they offer. So we've got lots of different partnership activities in place to make sure that the offer to the individuals that have this particular disposal from court find the right activity that gives them an opportunity not to be in a position to reoffend. So it is really preventative work. So we have a partnership with an organisation around fixing bikes, and making sure that bikes can be available to anybody who would want a bike. A bike's a great way to keep fit, a great way to get to work. It's a great way to spend time, your own time at weekends and evenings, and that view that everybody should be able to get out and about. We're looking to support with really kind of meaningful activity for people who are currently working through the unpaid work team. That's just one example of various different things that we do, and lots of members are cited on the work of the unpaid work team. We step in and offer support where people, perhaps as a consequence of their mental health, aren't managing to decorate their house or need some help clearing their house. But there's a vast array of different activities, and we're constantly looking for new activities as well.
That's certainly a great service for people. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Aitchison. Now go to Councillor Spears.
If you indulge me for a sentence before I ask the question. Regarding that we're here to protect and support, it's very complex and demanding situation. And we're here to make sure people get as good a life as possible and a fulfilling life. Can you give us an indication of the total cost for this service and what percentage of the budget that it takes?
Sorry, Provost, I just might need a bit of clarity in what particular service Councillor Spears is referring to.
The social work department, the health and social work framework that you're in charge of.
So there is a resources section in the report that covers the budgets that are available to each of the particular areas. Let me just find that for you. It is under section 3. So I set out there what the total income for the IGB for the financial year. This is a retrospective report, so obviously refers to last year, the Children and Families budget and the Justice budget.
Yeah, the real question is what percentage of the council budget, it's maybe for Mrs Templeton, that does health and social work take up?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I would have to get my calculator out and work it out because I don't know off the top of my head. But previously, we've talked to members that education and social work take up 75 to 80% of the council's budget, is my recollection.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Any other questions? No. Okay, I've got the administration to move the motion. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, and thank you to Sarah for the report. As ever, it's very comprehensive and a testament to those involved in the delivery of support, whether paid or unpaid, to adults and children across Falkirk. I want to, as I do every day, thank them for their work and the support they provide in challenging times with increasing demand and stretched resource. But as you will see in the report, with strong delivery and performance. In particular, I want to mention the work has been undertaken to prepare for the integration of children and justice services into the partnership and supporting operational delivery. This work has been extremely thorough, and I thank Sarah and her teams for the excellent briefings and development sessions they have provided to IJB members. The report, I want to pull out a couple of things. The report highlights excellent performance in the delivery of the carer strategy, with the Carer Centre providing support to nearly 3,000 carers and 53 young carer groups, with over 350 short break grants provided to carers. Improved performance in widening choice and self-directed support to enable service users and carers to have more choice and control, and praise for our care homes for their commitment to those they care for. The work of the ADP, despite significant challenges with both rising alcohol-related hospital admissions and drug deaths, continues to bring the voices of lived experience into developments, tackling stigma and improving access to medicated assisted treatment. For children and families, work continues to support families and enable children to be closer to home, and I'm pleased to hear the progress in kinship care and shifting the balance of care somewhat on residential provision. Also, as part of delivering the promise, ensuring young people are supported with a range of options for moving into aftercare and supported accommodation, helping them to take the steps into their first tenancy in time. I think it's probably enough for me for today. I'm happy to propose a report and thank everyone involved in producing it.
Do you have a second on Councillor Colley? Councillor Meiklejohn.
I'm happy to second.
Okay. So I'll now go around the group leaders for any comment. Councillor Meiklejohn? Okay.
No, Provost, as you would expect, I'm happy to support the report.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Just congratulations to Sarah and all the officers who put so much work into this, and I look forward to further reports, but I have no criticisms of it at all.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Spears?
Very interesting to see how we spend what is the largest percentage of our budget. So it should take up most of our time. I liked some of the words that were used in this report. Protect and support. But it does come with a complexity demand. And as we know, that demand is getting greater and greater and greater. So there's a lot of hard work ahead. I wish you every success.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Bailey Kerr?
Thanks, Provost. Happy to support the report and thank everybody for the continued work. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Bailey Kerr. Can we agree with the report? We'll break for lunch. Back here at 1:30. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move on to agenda item 8, Learning Estate Review. It's a joint report by Director of Education and Director of Police Services, pages 174 to 203 on your agenda papers, and the report is taken as read, and there are no amendments have been submitted, so there'll be no debate. So I'll just open up for questions to officers. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. The proposal here is that when there's further work done, that the development proposals will be reported to a future executive. I'd just like a bit of clarification as to why it should be going to the executive rather than the full council, given that learning estate review is a matter that's going to affect every single ward and every single part of our area.
The key considerations of having the framework agreed by council is that we do set out that framework for decision making, and in terms of individual projects that will come forward, they are likely to be more localised, and also initially the projects that are likely to come forward are very much going to be almost as business as usual, with planned improvements, school modernisation plans and improvement plans, and it would be up to elected members then to determine if they wish to refer any future aspects or anything that's larger that is multi-ward then to go to council.
Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. Just a couple of questions. Performance measures are mentioned within the report, but I wonder if officers could explain how we would deliver on things such as condition and suitability going forward.
Mr. Keffett.
As we've identified within the report, we have undertaken substantial condition assessments across the estate, and they give us a plan to undertake works across a whole broad range of schools. And by undertaking those, we would be looking to sustain or improve the condition of our learning estate, both individually at an establishment level, but also across the whole estate. And we would report on those, and that would be done very much from a property aspect based on needs. In relation to suitability, it's slightly different. We would work with colleagues, educationalists, who are the experts in what makes the most suitable and nurturing learning environments for our young people, and we would work with them in terms of how we improve those environments through the investment that would be being deployed. Part of that process is that we undertake suitability assessments and refresh those across the learning estate, and then they're peer group reviewed by a cohort of education specialists to then determine how we prioritise our suitability improvements.
Thank you.
Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Provost. And just a second question there. There are two sides to this that I see. There's an educational aspect. There's also the property aspect. So I wonder if officers could perhaps expand on the main benefits that are seen from an educational perspective as well as a property perspective.
Mr. Reid. If you could put your mics off just now. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. I mean, I think, in short, if we undertaking the learning estate review gives us the chance to update our schools in a way that directly strengthens the facilities for young people. You know, young people and staff spend a significant part of their lives in an education setting, and we need to make sure that they do so in an environment that is appropriate and fit for purpose. I think it sends a very positive signal to our young people. Well-designed and well-maintained buildings signal, I think, an element of care. It fosters a better social climate in the environment that they're in, and it encourages young people to attend. So if we create high quality, inclusive, future focused learning environments, because
much of our estate was designed decades ago. I think that will better support well-being, focus and motivation of our young people, and also takes care of an increasing ASN population as well. And it will also help us to create sustainable environments where we can focus the resources that we have got on areas that will make the biggest difference.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Reid. We move to Councillor Bundy.
You, Provost. In the report, it highlights that there is 10 strategic objectives when it comes to the learning estate. Do you think 10 is too many, and is there any way that they can be merged together? Because I think if I've been planning a strategic document, you try and narrow it down to a cohesive statement that's quite inclusive, rather than having different measurements which make it difficult to know what the priority is. Mr. Ketchett.
10 strategic objectives is a lot, and that's recognised. However, what we are dealing with is a multi-headed, multifaceted, very complex series of activities that we have to undertake. If we're looking through those, there is ones that are very much practical, day-to-day, compliance, condition, accessibility and inclusivity, sustainability and net zero. They're very much business as usual. These are the types of things where we have either regulatory requirements or other best practice requirements. If we look at things such as suitability, sufficiency and digital active travel, outdoor learning, they are very much more of the qualitative aspects in many instances, because they directly impact on learning and can have those impacts. So I think, and then the last one, if you were looking at them, is the community facilities and placemaking, which I think we would all agree schools need to play an important part in our communities, because they are probably one of the most prominent or evidential parts of the council services that are delivered. Other than everybody gets their bins, in terms of property, schools are the biggest representation of how the council is performing. So I think whilst having 10, I think it does give us that framework where there is certain areas we can improve on some. There's other areas where we'll be looking at sustained performance, and then there's other areas where we will have to look at how we can manage that going forward. So certainly 10 is a lot. Would they be merged? They're certainly all interlinked, but I think having the 10 gives a clear definition for performance measures going forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. It's been recently reported that that we need to spend 240 million. I'm talking about the property perspective of education to renew and maintain our buildings. Do we have a timescale for this, and what's the next step? Remembering, as we were informed this morning, that 75 to 80% of the council budget goes on education and social work.
Mr. Ketchett.
Obviously, what we've identified within the report is 3 parts to that £242 million. Is the first part is the immediate backlog or what's of need maintenance, which is identified within the report at 29 million. You then have another identified. These are elements that are identified in condition surveys for years 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5 up to 10. These are things that we've already identified that we will have to undertake from our condition surveys. The biggest part of the funding is what we should be spending as a local authority on sustaining and improving our estate and modernising it. As highlighted in the report, a high proportion of our schools are all fairly old. They do have to be replaced, they have to be refurbished, they have to be modernised, and that's where the big cost comes in. It's not just repairing a roof, replacing a roof. It is actually refurbishing a school, replacing a school, and that's where the big costs are. And it's a 10-year timeline that we've used. Will everything be sorted within 10 years? The answer is probably not, because you'll then have another 10 years worth of investment to make after that, because there'll then be a lot of other schools that then have become old and need to be invested in. So it is that continuing programme, but it's a 10-year horizon with that investment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just a question for John Reid, if I can. John, there's a couple of tables on page 186 which gives us the percentage occupancy levels for our schools. Now, I know you'll be aware of what the school rules are at the moment. Will this include the rezoning of any of our schools in the near future?
Mr. Reid.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Nimmo. That is slightly there. I mean, we've got schools with very low rolls and low occupancies, and we've got schools with high rolls and high occupancies in the other extreme. I think what we want to do here is take a holistic view of everything into account, using the different criteria that Paul referred to earlier. But right at the moment, there's no set plans. It is about carrying out that review, and any future plans would come forward to Executive or Council for decision.
Now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I think this is a really exciting report. I think we've got a real opportunity here to do something positive for our young people in Falkirk. I wonder, is it too early at this point to comment on, or do you have a plan on how you're going to encourage participation from our young people? Because when we're talking about suitability and what we want to look in our schools in the future, they seem like they would be the experts that we would want to be asking. Thank you.
Thank
you, Provost. I think it is important that we do have our young people engaged in this, and as we've highlighted in the consultation part of the report, we're looking at having a sounding board which will involve head teachers, trade unions and things like that, but that also has to include pupil representation. I think this council's been pretty good at where we've had pupil representation at committees and things like that, and I think it is important that we do take heed of those voices. They're the ones using the buildings day in, day out, together with the staff. So I think it is only appropriate that we hear those voices as part of any proposals that emerge.
Mr. Reid.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to that, I mean, I think over the past few months we've seen an increasing number of young people contributing to council-wide projects, and when we're talking about their involvement in the budget consultation and other capital projects where we had over 6,000 young people submit their views and their opinions, and all of that's been fed into the appropriate channels. So that needs to be absolutely central to that right across the spectrum. We're building and designing an estate which is fit for the future here for our young people who will be in our communities, and we need to take all of that into account.
Yes, I appreciate the answers. Thank you. And I look forward to the report coming back. And I appreciate that, yes, we want to hear their voices, but it will be really good to see how that has been meaningful participation and how their feedback has really affected the entire process. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. Any other questions? If there are no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Sinclair to move the motion.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I'd just like to thank officers for their time in bringing this report forward. This, which will inform the way the way on for one of the most important things we can do in providing the best possible learning environment for our children and young people. This Learning Estate Review is a hugely transformational programme that puts the needs of our children and young people at the heart of investment and emerging projects, which in turn will lead to improved outcomes and significant benefits for our children and young people and for our communities. Fundamentally, this is about creating a learning environment or creating learning environments that meet the needs of our learners, supports modern service delivery, plans for future delivery and supports improved outcomes. Today's report sets out the roadmap to help us achieve that, applying principles, strategic objectives and data analysis across the entire learning estate. This framework will assist in the evaluation of the entire learning estate, identification of emerging projects and future decision making. Importantly, the review has a focus on performance which will demonstrate the efficiency and effectiveness of the estate and help inform our way forward. This is an evidence-based approach and will ensure that we are getting it right for every child now, while continuing to do so in the future. Our learning estate represents the largest category of operational property assets and are considered core assets, given that they enable the delivery of statutory services for around 25,000 children and young people across Falkirk. It's also recognised that schools are integral to our local communities. This review is therefore fundamental to help ensure we are getting it right for children, young people and for our communities. There's been some initial progress in the Learning Estate, including funding awarded through the Scottish Government's Learning Estate Improvement Programme for the development of a new campus at Carringrange High School, which will create a 3 to 18 campus for those learners with severe and complex needs. Carringrange is already a more modern facility. However, this investment will build on that, helping to improve transitions, providing more modern and state-of-the-art facilities that ensure the needs of all their learners are met with within the best possible environment. As part of the way forward for the Learning Estate Review, I look forward to seeing the refresh of the Learning Estate Strategy and the establishment of a Learning Estate Management Plan to help ensure we are delivering on our ambitions. I also look forward to the identification of proposals being brought forward to future executive meetings for consideration. As a council, we have high aspirations for our children and young people, and therefore ensuring that our learning establishments are in good condition, fit for purpose, suitable for modern service delivery and inspiring for our learners is of great importance. It's also important that all learners have equitable access to high quality learning environments, as this is essential for helping to improve outcomes. This Learning Estate Review will help to deliver on those aspirations, and I look forward to this progressing. Thank you, Provost. Move the report.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner?
Yes, happy to second.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Councillor Meikle, do you want anything to add?
Other than I welcome this report coming forward. I think it's been a huge piece of work for the service to do, but it's the right thing to do, and it recognise the collaboration between both education and our police service. It should give us a forward plan that actually delivers for our children in modern learning facilities, and I have no doubt that will be challenging in some communities because there'll be some difficult decisions to be made, but it is also a real opportunity for our communities and for our young people. So I'm happy to support the report, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle. John, now Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Likewise, I welcome this report. I think we are aware of the lack of investment that there has been and the lack of attention to some of our buildings, and I think it's really good that we're now looking forward. I'm glad to hear that councillors will still have the opportunity to take appropriate decisions to full council as opposed to the executive, where that's the right thing to do. Also really pleased to hear about the consultation. There will be consulting with our pupils at this point. By the time some of these things are coming into play, they will be the parents rather than the pupils, and it's important that both parents and pupils are given a say, as well as the staff who spend a great deal of their lives in the schools. Welcome it. Thank you for all the work, and really pleased to see the collaboration between police services and education to bring this about.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Now go to Councillor Spears.
I'd like to thank Mr. Kettrick for such a good report. The words that jumped out were well designed and maintained. We look forward to seeing that because children deserve that, and we as the responsible adults in this case need to make sure that happens. Reports are all very well, action is what's really needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Like the previous speakers, welcome the report. I think it's very exciting. There will be challenges on the way forward with the development of this, but I'm sure, as already stated, we've got the right people in place to deliver these changes. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Billy. Thanks, Billy Kerr. Just ask if there's any other independents who have any comment. Nope. Can we agree with the report? Okay, thank you. Agenda item 9, planning scheme of delegation. It's a joint report by Directors Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services and Police Services, pages 204 to 225 on your agenda papers, and the report is taken as read. There are 2 amendments, so there will be a debate. I'll now just open up for questions to officers once they get settled. Councillor Gunn. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. I have a couple of questions. I'm pretty sure every elected member here will have had individuals or businesses complain about the length of time it takes to get a plan application agreed by the council. In 8.1 of the report, we read that the proposed scheme will provide greater clarity to the decision-making process, as well as improve efficiency and cost-effective decision-making, with decisions being made at an appropriate level. Could officers give me a little bit of the reasoning behind this, please?
Thank you, Councillor Garner. As you imagine, we have a number of applications come forward. They get delayed for various different reasons and factors to planning committee. We recognise that the ambitions of the council through our future Falkirk plans, growth deal plans, and recent announcement for a company in Grangemouth looking to come forward, recognise the pressures that my planning department have in terms of capacity and resources. This is very much about bringing us into the 21st century in terms of being much more efficient and effective in how we determine matters of planning cases, and align much better with a number of our neighbouring and local authorities where many elements of decisions are taken by officers rightly and appropriately, and this is very much an opportunity we've taken to engage and consult with the planning councillors. 2 sessions we had to determine what do we think would be appropriate in terms of changes we need to make the planning process much simpler and straightforward for developers and house builders in particular going forward. So this is a real opportunity for us to simplify and improve the efficiency of the service.
Okay, I'll just bring Mr. Moody in before we come back to Councillor Garner.
Yeah, just to build on what Mr. McGuinness was saying, Provost, I agree with everything Mr. McGuinness has said, but I think there's also the other important aspect of this is the basic principle of having decisions before members where there is actually a decision to be made. So to have those matters where there is a true matter for discussion and decision before the planning committee properly identified. And I think there are some examples coming before the committee over recent years where it wasn't clear what exercise of planning judgment the committee was being asked to make, because fundamentally they were technical matters which were being determined. So I think that's the other key driver in relation to those changes. It's to give the elected members in the committee their proper and appropriate role as the decision makers within the planning system.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Go back to Councillor Garner.
Yeah, thank you, Colin and Michael. And my second question sort of flows on a wee bit. It's my understanding that in relation to the certificate of lawfulness use of development, that we're the only one of 3 councils still not using officer delegated powers to determine these technical and legal issues, one of the other 3 being Orkney. Again, could officers give me a bit of reasoning why this should be amended?
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Yes, the certificates of lawful use development is largely a legal and technical decision, and we done some benchmarking research at the start of the year to try and inform our discussions through the consultation, and from that it was clear that there were only a handful, 3 or 4 councils, which we were one of from across Scotland, including the National Park Plan authorities, that effectively do refer
or can refer CLUDs up to committee. So the vast majority of councillors recognise that this is largely a legal and technical decision making that is entrusted through the scheme of delegation to their officers rather than being made available to members. And I think the thrust of the 2013 legislation around the scheme of delegation, as it says in section 4.3, is to try and promote delegation and decisions by officers on straightforward applications, where they are relatively straightforward, and to allow decision making by members, quite rightly, on potentially the more complex or major national applications. So CLUDs, certificates of lawful use for development, would fall largely into that legal and technical aspect. I don't know if my colleague from legal wishes to expand on that. So I think the vast majority of councils recognise that, and they've adopted that position. I think Falkirk was one of three, and from my notes it was
Orkney and South Lanarkshire.
Orkney and South Lanarkshire councils were the only other two that currently take that approach, as we do currently.
Do you want to come in, Mr. Henderson?
Convener, Provost, just to amplify some of what Mr. Broadley said there, and it is correct that certificates of lawfulness are essentially a technical and legal analysis in line with the relevant legislation, but it's also important to note that there is not a regard had to the planning merits of the application. So it's not a planning judgment being applied in that sense of planning merits. It is a technical and legal analysis of the evidence and information put before the planning authority by the applicant. It's also worth saying that they're not actually, at the end of the day, the grant of a planning permission. What a certificate of lawfulness does is give the applicant the certainty that they didn't need to apply for planning permission. So it's not a permission in of itself. It's a decision on you either did or you didn't need to apply for planning permission. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for that. Now I know why it's reduced to CLUDs rather than the field term. No, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Okay, a couple of questions. The planning timescale. I look forward to this being improved because there's been some buildings people have had to withdraw because the timescales took too long when they were converting houses into homes, and that's greatly concerning. So I'm pleased to see that. My main concern is planning regarding derelict buildings. We have real serious problems in Grangemouth, and there seems to be no way forward on this. Will that be looked into so that our derelict buildings stop closing our main roads and arteries into our town every time there's high winds? I was going to bring up this under climate change implications, but I thought I'd better not.
Mr. McGuinness, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Spears. As you appreciate, the responsibility of the buildings lies with the owners, and we continue to use what powers we do have to encourage and support the owners to take action. Where that's not possible, we have powers to take action, as we have done in the premises you cited there. Yeah, we'll continue to work with all owners of buildings to encourage them, and where necessary, apply notices for them to take action for derelict buildings across our authority area.
People are called out late at night to take their computers from their offices in surrounding buildings, and roads are closed for some 3 or 4 days. It affects business in the town, and it affects people who work in the town trying to get access to their employment. This isn't our first time occurrence, and we all know the premise we're talking about. And yet here planning, we still haven't moved on, forcing that action be taken by the private owner.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome the report, and it's good to see that there's a lot of things that were brought up at meetings, at briefings, that actually have come to place here, and that's excellent. I have a problem with the page 210, 517, 4 members of planning committees to call for site visits previous to the meetings. Could you explain that to me, please?
Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, so the current position is that one of the procedures that the planning committee can follow during a planning committee meeting is to seek a visit to a site to see the physical characteristics of the site. What we've encountered is that reports are at committee by the time that decision can be taken by the members at committee, so it can delay decision making, and it can also be somewhat disruptive to people that have maybe come along to make a deputation to the meeting, etc., to discover that they're being sent away as the matters continued to the next meeting for a site visit to take place. So on the back of the workshop meetings, we did consider that issue and thought there are these two angles, efficiency and potential disruption to people that appear at the meeting. So what we alighted on was a process with our agendas being issued 10 days in advance of a meeting. We thought that gives an opportunity for the members of the committee who receive the agenda to review the agenda and have until, I think we noted, 12 noon on the Monday following the issue of the agenda to notify to our Democratic Services team whether they would wish to request a site visit. So it's kind of leading the site visit potentially to a decision being taken on that before the meeting even takes place. And if 4 members were to intimate that they would like to request a site visit, so that's 4 of the 12 members of the committee, which is in essence the quorum of the committee. If 4 request that they would like a site visit, officers will arrange for that site visit to take place on the Monday immediately preceding the meeting. Now, I wonder if you're perhaps wondering, do the 4 members have to jointly put forward a request? No, it would be individual requests. But I think around that, what I would say is please don't start lobbying and trying to browbeat other members of the committee to have a site visit, and please don't discuss the planning merits of the application, i.e. I am in favour or not in favour. I don't see any reason at all why members, when they're requesting, couldn't email the other members of the committee to say, actually, I'm going to request a site visit. I think it would be useful for me to see this physical characteristic of the site. And I guess that gives all of the members, as they would have at committee, visibility on the desire of one of the committee members to go to a site visit. And that might perhaps encourage them to also request a site visit. And once we meet the magic number of 4, officers would draw a line and say that one's going to go to a site visit, hopefully in advance of the committee taking place. The one caveat we had is mainly when we go on a site visit, it can be viewed from public land. But if we need access, say, to the internal part of a building, we need the landowners or the property owners' agreement to have that visit. So that's maybe a slight impediment if we were to try and contact the landowner and they're not available at that point, but then it would be taken back to the planning committee to explain the position. The committee could decide to proceed to determine the application at the meeting or agree that there be a site visit in advance of the following meeting. I don't know if that helps to
that does help.
Ease your concerns over the site visit procedure.
Yeah. What was troubling me was that if there was only one member wanted to call in, they would have to hold it until the committee meeting, and the same thing would happen again with people who were sitting for an hour, 2 hours, and then getting told, no, sorry, your case isn't get discussed today, we're going on a site visit in a week's time or something like that. So hopefully that will sort that area out. Thanks very much for that, Mr. Henderson. Only one other thing I was going to bring up was perhaps to save a lot of site visits, it might be an idea if we ask Mr. Benny to put his hand in his pocket and get us a drone for planning. Yeah.
Good try. Good try. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to say thank you for bringing this report forward, and it's good to be reassured that many of the things have been raised with you before. I know I've raised some of these issues, and I'm hopeful that we can improve the processes with this. I also want to say thank you for the briefing that was done, because I think we all did have that opportunity to ask a number of the questions, and that was really helpful, because being a non-planning committee person, I've always got questions and I do like a good briefing. But just the questions I have are, could you just clarify for me the consequences of either of these amendments being accepted by by council? I'm assuming Bailey Kerr's amendment would result in there being no change and therefore no improvement, apart from in relation to change C. But I would also like clarification on what the removal of B and C in 513, how that would impact on the improvements that you're trying to bring into place.
Mr. Broadley and Mr. Henderson.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah, for your kind words regarding the workshops as well. I think the officers found it as equally enlightening. I know the workshops helped inform the final report, because there was a number of issues that came up during those that helped us as officers to go away and research and try and refine this. I think it's to state the obvious. Obviously, the officers preferred as the recommendation, which is all the changes from A to F. I think we feel generally it came from the workshops that the current scheme of delegation is largely fit for purpose, and this is a bit of an evolution and some tweaks to that to try and improve quality and hopefully slightly quicker decision making from some of the issues we've discussed. Both amendments are different. Bailey Kerr's amendment, I think, if I've understood this correctly, is only acceding to the proposal C, which is advert consent. So effectively, we have the current scheme of delegation, so this would just be one change to that, so to not allow advert consents to go to planning committee. So that'd be a slight change. Councillor McCabe's amendment obviously doesn't go with proposal A, which is the changes to the thresholds for calling, doesn't go with proposal B, which is the CLUDs, but does go with proposals C, D and F in their entirety, and an E does go with E, but with the exceptions of, and it's lowercase here, apologies for the use of A's and B's here, but it's in paragraph 5.13, if I've got this down correctly, which are the two points B and C in the list in section 5.3. That area in particular is in relation to code of conduct members, and I'll probably defer to either my colleague here or the Chief Governance Officer in regards to that aspect of it. But effectively, we officers will work with what the will of the full council is to go forward here. It's our duty to try and review it and bring forward our recommendations as we've done, and we think those are reasonable, proportionate changes. Obviously, depending on how things go today, we would obviously work with that. But I think that's probably as much as I could say effectively. It's probably for other members to discuss that, but my colleagues in governance or legal may wish to pick up on some of that, in particular one element. Councillor McCabe's possibly.
Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Provost, yes, I think Mr. Broadley's summarised matters quite well there. My notes are that I think Bailey Kerr's amendment would only accept the amendment regarding advertisement consent. Councillor McCabe's amendment would accept advertisement consent. The change to the approach to modification and discharge of planning obligations, which is probably just worth noting that previously, or under the current scheme, I should say, the way that modifications and discharges make their way to planning committee is based entirely on the historic treatment of the original application that is to be modified or discharged. If that was determined at planning committee, the modification or discharge would go to planning committee. If they were determined under delegated powers, they would go to delegated powers for modification or discharge. What officers are looking at here is to bring modifications and discharges into the call-in process, as with other planning applications. So we're not denying that they can come to committee, but it's subject to discharge. I think Councillor McCabe was also agreeable to the site visit pre-committee process. In terms of the reasons for calling in of planning applications, I think, as Mr Broadley said, Councillor McCabe is accepting the proposed wording, but just minus two of the four provisions at 513 A, B and C. So he's accepting A, which is the identification of a material planning issue or issues relevant to the application that would make it appropriate for the application to be considered at planning committee, and also D, which is declaration that the call-in request is based on the member's own judgment. What would be deleted is a declaration of any connection as defined in the Councillors' Code of Conduct, and declaration of any approaches made by a person or other elected members, which officers had provided for there as it's desirable, I think, in the interests of transparency, and is a bit of a flow through from provisions in the current scheme of delegation. So hopefully that's a bit of a summary of the position and wasn't too long-winded or difficult to follow. Thanks. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, in submitting the amendment, there is other parts of Councillor McCabe's amendment that we could support. However, getting the amendment in was the most important thing, because then the debate can happen. So having it in when I've only put one part of that, there is and can be a compromise between yourselves and Councillor McCabe. And I would ask, after the questions have been asked, if we can have a 5-minute recess to discuss with Councillor McCabe and Councillor Spears, if that would be possible. I've still got questions, but I just asked if
you want to carry on with your questions?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. With regards to the question that Councillor Kelly asked regarding the pre-meeting, it was asked previous if, on another matter, if this is done in any other local authorities. Does any local authorities have pre-committee visits?
Mr Broadley.
Provost, don't have that information to hand, Bailey Kerr. I think the reason we've put that one in is responding to both some informal calls from some members of the planning committee and also from agents and applicants, as Mr Henderson outlined earlier, where currently it's the committee, quite rightly, who decide to go to sites at committee. And a lot of occasions in the past few years, we've had agents or applicants or developers or objectors who come to planning committee prepared, booted and suited, and either wait for a significant amount of time or are then delayed because committee decides to go to sites, which is committee's right. I think what we're trying to introduce here, and this may have happened historically in the past with some aspects of the council's planning committee, some members have made reference in the past where sites used to happen in advance of committee before my time. And I think what we're trying to do here is not remove the right for committee to decide to go to sites at committee, but it's to introduce a new option where the number 4, which is the core, as Mr Henderson's explained, to try and preload that site visit in advance of committee to allow committee to then make a decision whether it wants to go to sites or, importantly, determine the application that sits before them, which would be preferable for applicants, agents, developers, supporters and indeed objectors to applications, so that rather than another month or 6 weeks delay, we can try and front load that, which affects the council's performance and planning. It involves another set of reports and handling, and it's to try and front load that and give an option for members to elect where they think they want to have a site visit in advance. So it may shortcut the need to delay that at committee. So it's introducing a new option for committee, not replacing the current status quo. It's in addition to that. I think that's an important distinction.
Just bring Mr. Moody and Bailey Kerr first of all.
Thank you, Provost. And just to add to what Mr. Broadley has already said, I think part of the influence on the proposal here was just some reflection on the practice and procedure adopted within the licensing board. And Bailey Kerr, I think, will be well familiar with previous frustrations of exactly the same thing as happens in the planning committee, of where applicants would come with their agents. The decision would be to go to a site visit, and then the matter would need to be continued to a later board, causing further expense and delay. And the board's response to that was to adopt a policy position whereby certain categories of application would go to a site visit in advance of the board meeting. So it's a similar approach to remove the site visit to a time in advance of the decision meeting itself. Consideration was given to that kind of policy approach, but the nature of the applications before the planning committee just don't really allow for that kind of categorization without taking almost everything to a site visit where that wouldn't really be appropriate. So that's part of the thinking which underlies the proposal which you have before you today.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody. Go back to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. So with regards to proposed change B, and I get the certificate of lawfulness, which is a legal aspect of the planning applications. Why have we added permitted development and determined under? Because it's two different aspects. Can the permitted development be taken out and go with certificate of lawfulness, or is it legally they need to be together?
Mr. Broadley?
The purpose of certificates of lawfulness is to give, as Mr. Henderson explained, clarity and certainty to applicants of where they stand regarding permitted development or the need for planning applications. So in a way, it helps clarify that process around permitted development. There's been a lot of work on this. There's also a revenue implication for the council in terms of certificates of lawful use. So I understand your question, and I think the use of CLIDs is to help clarify that and give certainty and clarity to applicants and homeowners or developers where they stand in relation to permitted development or full planning permission. Okay. Yep.
Can I just add a supplement to that, then, Provost? So, is it the same thing? Is a certificate of lawfulness and permitted development the same thing?
Thank you, Provost. It's almost the kind of flip side of it. If a matter is permitted development under a permitted development order, then the applicant doesn't actually even need to apply for planning permission. And where the certificate of lawfulness comes in is where the applicant is pretty confident they probably don't need to apply for planning permission, but just want certainty over that. So they provide an application to the council for a certificate, and along with that, a range of evidence and information around the development that's either taken place or proposed to be taken place. And that is then analysed to see whether or not the development meets the definitions within the permitted development order, and if it does, then a certificate would be issued. If it doesn't, then there would be the refusal of a certificate, and at which point an applicant would know they need to apply for planning permission. So they're inextricably linked, I think, is the short answer. Bailey Kerr, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. My next question is regarding proposal A. So that would be an elected member can call in an application if it's in his or her area and an adjoining area. Remembering we now have 7 independent councillors who, like everybody else, represents not just his or her area, but the full Falkirk Council. Would that restrict elected members from other areas?
Mr. Henderson? Mr. Broadley?
Thank you, Provost. I think the short answer to that is yes, Bailey Kerr. I think the Appendix 3 covers the hierarchy developments, national developments that are in the National Planning Framework. Appendix 3 covers the thresholds which are classified under statute as major developments. I think it's really clear to make a distinction here that this change proposal is only in relation to local developments, which the clues in the name, the nature of the likely impacts or scale of those are local applications. And we are aware, again, from some benchmarking looking at other authorities, it's a really mixed bag around Scotland. Currently, the current scheme of delegation is, as you've outlined, any member from any ward anywhere in the council area can call in a local application. Through the workshop, we had wide-ranging debate on that, and I think some of the aspects of the proposals today there was near consensus on. I think that one was probably one that had the widest range of views, it's fair to say. And what we were trying to do here is effectively apply some localism and some geography on local applications to local members. There was some debate around more than one local ward member. There was quite rightly some points made by some elected members at the workshops around there could be an application at the boundary of their ward that may impact a settlement or site next door. There was comments made about upstream implications or roads or traffic or flooding implications. So the measure that we've put forward in proposal A has tried to reflect that geography where local applications, local members will know their ward best. I understand there's a tension here between democracy and efficiency, and you're all local councillors for Falkirk Council area, but we do have local wards. We're not proposing any changes to major or national applications in terms of the council. So what we are saying here is where there's local applications, it would be still one member, but that would be either a local member or a neighbouring or contiguous, effectively a border, a council ward area bordering that, and that was raised by one of the elected members at the workshops, and was felt like a reasonable compromise to try and effectively reflect that geography for local applications, where currently we can have a member from the east of the council area calling in a local application from the west or vice versa, or the north or south. So it's an element to try and bring a localism to that, to reflect the scale of the development. I'm happy to see if my colleagues from legal or governance wish to give a bit more on that, but that was the raison d'etre behind it, Bailey Kerr, and the answer is yes, it will limit that slightly, and it's to give some credence to the fact that these are local applications, so by definition should only have local impacts. So we've tried to limit that geographically based on local members, one local member or one local neighbouring ward member. I hope that helps. Thank you, Provost.
I was just waiting for Bailey Kerr to finish, Councillor Spears.
Thanks, Provost. So I think when I listened to Richard's explanation, if it was me calling it a local application in and I was the ward next to me, it would only be, as far as I can led to believe, it would only be Denny done a pace back note and Cask, Kinnaird and Trice, because my ward neighbours all the rest of them. So when we say neighbouring ward, what do we mean by neighbouring ward? Because Falkirk, the two Falkirks neighbour my ward, Grangemouth neighbours my ward, Upper Braes is my ward.
Mr. Broadley or Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Bailey Kerr. I think the word that was used is enjoined, or sorry, let's get the wording. Contiguous. Thank you. And I think the reason that word was used is that it involves sort of touching or bordering on the wards. So essentially, it would be the wards that bound the ward of the application, the members of those wards that could also call in. And it touches on the point that Richard made earlier, that it's about ensuring that if you, say, had an application that could have an impact on that adjoining ward was maybe quite close to the boundary of the ward in which it was situated, that could have impacts on that ward next to it, then the members in that ward could call it in. So I know that over the area you may have different numbers of wards that have different numbers of adjoining wards to them, but the issue was more about the geography of it related to the local application aspect and the local knowledge of ward members in the ward in which it's situated, in the wards that adjoin that ward. And it was considered that was an appropriate approach to, as Richard said, limit the members that can call in an application for a local development. I think also flowing through that is just the sense that we're keen that Planning Committee is focusing its time and attention on more complex, larger scale developments where possible, and has the time available to do that. So hopefully, I hope that answers the question, Bailey Kerr.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't for me, Mr. Henderson, because taking an example, my ward borders with Hall Glen. So the development, the recent and continuous development at Hall Glen borders with me. However, I was saying that if it only that area, but no the full of the ward of that, I could call in, because the same ward takes in Tamford Hill. So you're saying that I can't call in Tamford Hill?
Sorry, Bailey Kerr. The intention was the members that could call in would be the members for the local ward in which the local development is situated, and also members in the wards that adjoin the ward in which the application is located. So it was a full ward basis.
Is he going? I think we've lost him. So in the meantime, we'll go to Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting to hear that it would be great if you had local members could go, but Grangemouth doesn't have any members on the planning committee, so can you explain how that situation has arisen and what can be done to rectify it?
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And the approach in the Council is that the 12-person membership of the Planning Committee is allocated between, firstly, political groups, and then for the independent members. And it's then for those groups to appoint members to the committee, and for the independent members to choose the members of the committee among themselves. So the decisions on the geographical allocation fall to the members themselves.
The impression that politics didn't come into planning matters. So for to say it's political groups, and then you can leave a whole town, in fact, the biggest town in the district, 18,000 people, Grangemouth, without anybody on the planning committee. Seems a bit strange.
There's nothing I can add to my previous answer.
Bailey Care's still going. Okay. I just wondered if you could maybe go over the proposed change D, modification or discharge of planning obligations or good neighbour agreement, just to explain exactly what planning obligations and the good neighbour agreement is.
Thank you, Provost. Now, this modification D relates, as you say, to modification or discharges of planning obligations or good neighbour agreements. And planning obligations, good neighbour agreements are agreements which exist to regulate normally the provision of infrastructure that's required for the area as a result of a planning permission being granted. So sometimes planning permission just couldn't be granted because the infrastructure is not there to support it unless you have an agreement that makes provision for that. So that can provide for financial contributions or works, etc. A number of different matters can form part of that. So I know that you sit on the planning committee and you'll have seen reference to section 75, planning obligations. So that's essentially the most common form of planning obligation that you'll find attached to a planning permission. And typically the planning permission can't actually finally be granted until the planning agreement, planning obligation has been completed and registered against the title to the property concerned in the registers of Scotland. And the importance of that is that the obligations run with the land as opposed to the applicant. So we can impose these conditions against future owners of the land. So the change that's proposed here is slightly different to what some of the other changes around certificates of lawfulness are. But at present, and I think I mentioned this earlier, modifications and discharges would come to planning committee only where the original planning permission that they were linked to was made at planning committee. So you can actually have a situation where an application that's maybe a local application has been called into planning committee. It's subject to a planning obligation, which means that any application for modification or discharge in the future requires to come back to planning committee. Conversely, you could have quite a large major application that was never called into planning committee. It was determined by officers, and a modification or discharge would then be made by officers. So that's the current scheme. So the proposal here is that we treat modifications and discharges like the other application matters, where they're subject to the inclusion on the weekly recommendation list, and then members could call them in. So it's putting more control in the hands of members than just a purely historic basis. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson. Now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Just a piece of clarity, actually, about a call-in. In this scenario, I know, like, if you've got a call-in, you've got time limits to call in. I think is it a week or is it 5 days? 5 days. You must call in by the Friday at 12 noon. In this scenario, somebody came to me, but it wasn't a council ward. It was Bordering Mines. And that's right, they tried to get their own local members, but they couldn't because the local members were sick and they had no access to them and they were quite desperate. And it was getting near to the deadline of the call-in. So in a scenario like that, what is the process? It just so happened they had been to somebody else and somebody else did call it in. So it was to get that clarified.
Mr. Broadley or Mr. Henderson? Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, the timescale is 7 days from the issue of the recommendations list. So I think the list tends to be issued on a Friday around about 12 o'clock, and the deadline would be the following Friday around 12 o'clock. I think you've maybe raised an interesting point, and there's some additional wording which has been introduced in terms of the revised scheme, and that is that the member calling in an application is using their own judgment in calling in. So I suppose in essence what we're saying there is we're not really hoping that members are purely a postbox for maybe third parties or applicants to seek a call into committee, but actually the member calling it in does exercise their own judgment on whether or not that's an appropriate step to take to change the route of decision making from a delegated decision to a decision taken by planning committee. So that's at para 513D. It notes declaration that the call-in request is based on the member's own judgment. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think in that scenario, because it was quite late, this person came to me, there was only a few days for the call-in. I knew nothing about the background, and it was actually quite a complex scenario. You know, so that was really quite difficult. But luckily, I didn't have to call it in. Somebody else called it in. So sometimes they're not as straightforward as you make out. And for a member to call in, they've got that responsibility calling it in. So they really need to know the background and have good reason for calling it in. So I'm just pointing that out.
Okay, thanks. Good. Mr. Broadley, you want to come back?
Some of your points, Councillor, there. Obviously, we understand people are ill, and it's important to register that it's all councillors that get the weekly list, not just councillors in the planning committee. I think Bailey Kerr made reference earlier about number of independents, so it's not just members of the planning committee, clearly. But I think the options are always there, and we stressed this at the workshops as well. Planning is complex, and officers are there. If members do want clarification on something, please do contact us, and we can try and clarify. And a lot of the time, members can be satisfied by that, and therefore don't understand it better, and therefore it avoids a call-in possibly, or the need for that where there's uncertainty. So please do contact officers if need be, particularly the case officer, for that specific application. But it was just to clarify, given some of the points earlier, that all members get the weekly list and have that opportunity, and we're not proposing to change that. All members will still continue to get the weekly list, and regardless whether whatever political group or independent, the call-in proposals in Section A are for a member. There's no implications for any grouping or independence in that. So just to clarify those points, Provost. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mr. Broadley. Now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. It was just the fact that we had lost Bailey Kerr there for that wee while. He makes a great point. He can virtually call in anywhere within the local authority, with the exception of, I think he said, 2 wards. And the question he was posing was, is that correct? And effectively it is, because he has contiguous borders, whether it's in Polmont, Falkirk, Stensmuir, Bonnybridge. He can call all of them in. Whereas myself, I could probably call in maybe Bonnybridge or Larbert. So there's a dichotomy there where you have one councillor has more call-in powers than another. We're doing something here which is just trying to solve a problem which is not there. Every councillor in this local authority should be able to call in any planning application that comes to this local authority. We don't set boundaries and borders. Okay, it's just over the border. Right, okay, I'll call that in. What if it's at the far side of, from Slamanan to Poland? What if it's, where's the logic in that criteria? Right? I'll give you an example of one that I called in, not as a local ward member. It was on the Canal Bank where there was some housing development going ahead, and there was social housing.
Councillor McCabe, do you have a question in there?
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. My apologies, Provost. It was just that the question would be to try and answer Bailey Kerr's question again. Pose the question again to Mr. Henderson. Is it factually correct that Bailey Kerr can call in on the other 6 or 7 wards which bound his ward? Thanks, Provost. Apologies for.
It's okay. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Yes, I think you're quite correct that there could be some wards that would have the ability to call in applications in more contiguous wards than some other wards. It wasn't the intent to look at the numbers of areas that you could call in from, but more just a consideration of if we're looking at local applications, and just to stress what Mr. Broadley said, major applications any member can call in, but it was just looking at that local aspect for local applications. And local applications by their nature are smaller scale than major applications. And to reflect that as a starting point, do you restrict it to just a member in that singular ward? But then the thought process develops along the lines of, if there is an application which is bordering a contiguous ward, then the member in that contiguous ward may also have an interest in it, maybe a matter of meters. So I think the best approach we could develop around that, and I appreciate there maybe is a sense of slight unfairness. Some people have more opportunities to call in than others, but it was very much based on the geography around it and the consideration of local applications having more local impact, and also local members having more knowledge of the material considerations related to applications in their wards and in the nearby wards. So I think Bailey Kerr's question was also, is it the entire ward? And it's just purely based in if an application's in one ward, any ward member can call it in, but also any member in any of the contiguous wards that bound the ward in which the application is cited. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Bush.
It's all right, Provost. The question was going to be, because we seem to have quite, and it wasn't in particular to do with Councillor McCabe's question. There didn't seem to be many questions coming. I was asking for, I've been sitting waiting obviously for debate to start at some point on it, and we seem to begin into quite depth on statements.
Okay, Councillor Hara.
Thank you, Provost. I was going to ask, I thought that questions had finished, and certainly it seemed to me that there were ample opportunities for people to have questions, and there was a request earlier on for a recess, and I just wondered at what point we're going to, because I would like to also ask for a recess, and it's just procedurally at what point are we going to do that?
If we're finished with the questions, we'll now have a recess. 10-minute recess, 15 minutes. That's us ready to start again. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll now go to the administration to move the motion. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you, officers, for elected members' briefings that we've heard about, and I know everybody really welcomed them, and indeed for talking me through the reasoning behind this report before us today. The Council is required to review the scheme of delegation and report to Scottish Ministers. A drive at both national and local level is to look at improvements and efficiencies in the planning system while maintaining scrutiny and democratic decision-making at the right level. The report outlines the legislative and policy background to the scheme of delegation, which involves planning, governance and legal aspects of the Council's decision-making in relation to planning. I am conscious that there needs to be a balance between scrutiny and democratic process on one hand, and the need for efficient decision-making made at an appropriate level on the other hand. This, as with many aspects of planning, is a balance. The existing scheme of delegation is largely fit for purpose. However, there is always room for continuous improvement. The proposed 6 changes highlighted in this report propose a balanced and proportionate reshaping of the scheme of delegation rather than a radical change of the scheme. Given the nature of the subject matter here, I particularly welcome the fact that there were 2 elected member workshop sessions organised in advance of this report coming before Council earlier this year in April and September. These member sessions gave the opportunity for a wide range of views and meaningful open debate on the tensions between that balance of scrutiny and timely decision-making at an appropriate level. These member sessions helped shape the recommendation of this report, with some councillor recommendations being included. As I've said, in my view, this report is balanced and proportionate improvement to the current scheme of delegation, ensuring that checks and balances remain in place at an appropriate level of decision-making. The proposals include a more local focus for the calling in of local applications, whilst retaining the ability of any member to call in major applications. A recognition that the determination of certain specific types of application involve technical and legal considerations rather than the planning merits of the application, and are accordingly appropriate to be taken by officers. Greater clarity and an update in governance considerations around the call-in process, and an introduction of a new pre-committee site visit process with an aim of speeding up the process for decisions taken at planning committee, benefiting both officers and applicants. I'm sure that officers will keep the operation of the proposed scheme under review, and I'm just about to ask a question after this. In the summary, this report will provide greater clarity to decision-making process for the Council in its capacity as planning authority, and very importantly, improve efficiency and cost-effective decision-making, with decisions being made at an appropriate level. I have one small ask, Provost, and it's to ask if it would be possible to review this altered scheme, if accepted, of delegation 1 year after implementation to see how effective it has been. So that's the question I've got, to see if that is possible. I'd like that added, noted, or if it has to be an addendum, fair enough.
Mr. Broadley.
Yeah, happy to accept that. I think reporting back would be useful. We're always looking at continuous improvement. What I would ask as a caveat to that, obviously, as the report states, depending on the outcome today, we would have to refer this to Scottish Ministers. So probably be worthwhile giving it a year from inception after we hear back from Ministers. And I would defer to my colleagues in governance, which would be the most appropriate committee for that, whether that's scrutiny or probably not full council again. That would maybe come after that, but I would defer to Mr. Moody on that matter. But the answer is yes. I'd be happy to report back to review how it's went, and indeed if there had been any new changes or drivers for a need to review the scheme again in the interim.
Thanks, Mr. Broadley. Mr. Moody.
Yes, if there's a desire for a report considering the outcome of the decisions today, then the appropriate committee for that in our scheme of delegation would be the Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you for that, and apologies for trying to read all that when I'm really dying to cough.
Okay. Do you have a second? Councillor Nicholson.
Happy to second, Provost.
I'll go to Mr. Moody just to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Councillor McCabe for advising the position in relation to the discussions between him and Bailey Kerr in relation to the two amendments. So there does appear to be agreement to combine the two amendments, so we are now going to have a single amendment against the motion. It substantially consists of Councillor McCabe's amendment with two relatively minor revisals. First of all, it includes the insertion of the words reject proposals A and B. That's already implicit within the amendment, so it isn't a substantive change, but it just makes it clearer that proposals A and B are not accepted in this amendment. The other change to Councillor McCabe's current amendment is that in relation to proposal E, this is the one around the reasons for calling in, instead of it being with the exceptions of small letter B and small letter C, it's just with the exception of small letter B, which is the issue of connection. So it would now include a declaration of any approaches made by any other person. So I hope that's relatively clear if you have Councillor McCabe's amendment in front of you. So a single amendment is now before the Council.
Councillor McCabe, yourself speaking to the amendment?
No is the short answer, I think, because they were clear enough not to require a further printed version. It's essentially just striking out the word C in paragraph 1 of Councillor McCabe's amendment and inserting the words reject proposals A and B.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I think the intention is that I will speak to the amendment, the joint amendment, and Bailey Kerr will second. Thank you. My apologies to Councillor Bowes. He was quite right. I did actually go on and start talking rather than a question. No, I appreciate it, Gary, but it was I didn't even intend asking the question. It was just when we lost Bailey Kerr that I felt I had to seek a wee bit of clarification. Yeah, as you can see, the amendment in front of you, basically we're of the opinion that we should be rejecting paragraphs, the proposed changes A and B. I'll give you the background, the thinking behind that. Councillor Kerr's alluded to, he can call in 7 other wards now, whereas I can maybe call in another 2 wards. I don't see that being of any benefit whatsoever to the processes of the council. I'll give an example of an application that I called in. It was on the canal side, and it was to do with a developer seeking not to build social housing, but instead give us a developer contribution. I just felt, yeah, it wasn't local to me, but it affected the full council. We were basically losing out on a commitment through a planning obligation by the developer that he would build a certain number of social houses. They didn't want to do that. They then asked if they could instead give a developer contribution. I called that in. Under this new regulation, I would not be allowed to call that matter in unless, and this is where it gets dirty, I then approached another colleague in that ward. And in effect, I lobby. In effect, I contravene the councillor's code. I don't think we should be doing that to councillors. Councillor's code is hard enough to follow without throwing in any of these grey issues. So that's as far as calling in external to your own ward. Proposal B again, Billy Kerr alluded to the fact, what's the difference between a certificate of lawfulness and permitted development? They're principally the same, but basically I can go and build just about whatever I want, an extension onto the side of my house without actually applying for any planning application whatsoever. Nobody will necessarily come up and chase me up about it. It is only when I go to sell my house that prospective building society lenders will say, do you have a permission for that? And it's only at that stage that I would consider approaching the council to seek a certificate of lawful use. It's a fudging of the whole planning process. Permitted development rights, again, I'll give an example where I called one in within my ward, which I felt was a massive development when looked in comparison with the existing house. I called in, I felt that permitted development rights did not apply on that occasion, and it should have been a full planning application. But again, what I did have was the facility to call that in and argue the case. Naturally enough, I didn't win the case. The permitted development rights were granted to that application, but I wouldn't even have been able to challenge that when these new laws came out. I tell a lie, I would have been able to challenge that because that was within my own ward. But what if I'd spotted that in another ward where I felt that permitted development rights were not quite right? I would need to then go and lobby another councillor to say, can you call that in? Now that councillor, whether he agreed to it or not, he's going to have to say, I've called this in without being approached by any other councillor. And as we'll come to further on, he's going to be required to make a statement that he's not been approached by any other councillor. So there's a wee bit of a dichotomy there with that. Proposal change C, advertising consent, we don't have an issue. The modifications of discharge of planning obligations in Good Neighbour, we can still get to call that in. Where that comes up is discharge of a planning obligation. Again, another one that springs to mind, called in local to my ward. A developer, after being in the planning process for 3 or 4 years, decided once he was on site, he didn't want to put in a gas membrane, obviously at a cost to himself. So he approached the council and says, can I do without that gas membrane? He did provide background reports that said maybe there wasn't a need for the gas membrane. Again, I was allowed to bring that to council committee, and the committee viewed it and took a view, and they were quite happy to go with that. The fact that we can still call it in, I think, is important. We then come to the, what do they call it, revised wording in relation to planning reasons for calling. Identification material planning issues should always be the case. You should always be able to call it in, not just because of a personal opinion, but valid planning reasons. In my original amendment, I had taken out B and C, but I've since dropped C, because what I considered option D, the declaration that the call-in request is based on the member's own judgment, I think that covers both B and C. I am saying to the committee or anyone listening in that the reason I've called this in is entirely down to myself for the reasons that I would outline at a deputation or whatever. If you go to B and C, I feel that they're unwarranted. They're not required. Any connection as defined in the current Council's Code of Conduct that a member has to the application. You're already declaring it's entirely down to your personal judgment. And declaration of any approaches made to them by any persons, including other elected members. We already do that anyway within the call-in form. So that's basically the reasons for the amendment, Provost. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think whether Billy Kerr would want to come in just now to second.
Okay.
Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And total agreement with Councillor McCabe's synopsis of the amendment. Most of this proposal the motion will only affect people on the planning committee. It'll affect every member, but mostly it'll affect the people on the planning committee. And I know I see at every meeting when something gets delayed, it's people's lives we're dealing with. Every meeting that there's a delay, we have got plan applications that's sitting 2, 3, 4 years at the moment, and it's not today with the planning committee. But anything that improves it, I'm quite happy to support. But between support and no having the elected members make the decisions is a fine line. So quite happy to second Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. We'll now open up for debate. It feels like we've had a debate, but open up for debate. So if anybody's got anything they'd like to add. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. Like Councillor Kerr, I've been on the planning committee now for 8.5 years. And yes, would like to move things better, which is one of the reasons why I actually like the amendments that are on here. I agree, and it's has been said in the committee quite regularly. Local knowledge is very important in planning terms, and to move to a more localised call-in system. Where local knowledge would be important, I think is a positive. I think if it's a case of if you've got to put names down, which has been covered off earlier, if I've got to recuse myself for a meeting, that's what I've had to do. If an applicant has been to see me a couple of times, then I will recuse myself, as you have seen yourself, Provost. If I'd spoke to another member of the committee about it, I don't have a problem putting that in either. I think openness on that is absolutely fine. I have no fear of doing all of that. I'm pleased to see that the certificate of lawful use is being taken out of the committee more, and things as they are stated, and I think the names goes by a name, a permitted development, and I think you can use examples of permitted developments which have came in and have went with the officer's recommendations. I think Councillor McCabe referred to one of them, which had gone exactly that way. Advertisement signs, I think it's good. Take that out because it will help businesses. Councillor Kerr has just mentioned there about it's people's businesses, and it allows them to get their advertising up, and hopefully they keep their business going. Item D, I mean, to me, reading that, and it did take a bit of reading, what they're actually doing is giving us more information than what we had previously. And I think when the planning officers are giving us more information every week on Section 75s and obligations, I don't see why we wouldn't want to have that. I've got to say it's something that I think should be in no matter what. Item E, it tightens up the wording for call-ins. Members of the planning committee talk about it quite regularly. What was the reason for the call-in? And a lot of head shake quite regularly. And I think it's good that we're actually going to tighten up on that, so that the things that are coming to the planning committee are coming with genuine concerns, but genuine concerns based on planning law. And the pre-site meeting, I've got to say, is a revolution, because I'm sure you've heard it, and I'm sure the convener of planning would say that I have been a wee bit, noise is the wrong word, but I've mentioned it in committee when we have had situations where a load of people have come in.
A minute left, Councillor Bowes.
Yeah, okay, and other people are having to sit all day for something, and then we call it the sites. So that to me is a must go in. I think it's a very, very good idea, and I thank the planning officers for putting that in there. So to me, I would happily support everything that's in this.
Councillor Bowes, any other contributions? Councillor Michael John.
Thank you, Provost. To be honest, I think this is quite a revelation, this paper coming forward around planning, and it recognises very much of where the council currently sits as a whole right now. We have some great opportunities and we've got a lot of work to do, particularly around attracting inward investment in business, and particularly into the likes of Grangemouth. We have the growth deal, we have the Green Freeport, and as people will have picked up today, there's been some really significant announcements around new businesses looking to locate and bring jobs to the area. This whole paper is designed to try and trying to restrict us to doing a job around the big strategic issues that we need to be getting on with, that will make a huge difference to the council area, and allow some of the domestic stuff that doesn't need to come in front of the planning committee and take up officers' time to be able to go through and into a more fluid process. Yes, there will always be the odd one that comes up that needs to come in front of committee, but I think we need to be careful what we wish for. And that we do talk about jobs, we do talk about pace of change, but by not accepting this paper today, we are actually going to thwart that progress. So that's my concern about the amendment that's come forward, that isn't necessarily going to give the outcome that we're seeking, and allow us to be able to take forward the opportunities and get on with the big stuff that we really do need to scrutinise. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not on the planning committee, but I do take a very keen interest in planning matters, and I think planning matters affect all of us. All councillors have constituencies who are impacted by decisions, so I think that's an important point to make. I attend every possible briefing that I can get to, and I ask all the questions, and I have been persuaded, not persuaded, I have been encouraged to understand the nature of the proposals here that officers are putting forward and that the administration is putting forward in this report. I'd be very happy to support it as it stands without amendment. And I do find some of the concerns that have been raised in terms of the proposals as they stand perplexing. So I'll be very happy to support the motion as it stands, with the amendment that I think it is a good idea for it to be coming back. Any changes need to be reviewed.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Any other contributions in the debate? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Garner to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. I think there's been enough debate and questions here, so I'm happy just to move.
We'll now go to the vote. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion, which consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, is moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Meikle-John, against which there is now a single consolidated amendment moved by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Bailey Kerr. Provost Bishop.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
The motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 8 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to agenda item 10A, proportionality of committee places. The report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services. This report was issued as on a supplementary agenda on Friday the 5th of December, and the report is taken as read. I'll just open up for any questions to officers. No? Okay, I'll go to the administration to move the motion.
Thank you, Provost. I think the paper is self-explanatory. It's a reflection of the changes in the proportionality of the council, and I would just move the recommendations as in the report.
You have a second, Doug?
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah?
Nothing to add.
Councillor Spears?
A change in the proportionality is always welcome in the independent group, but I have really nothing to add other than that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Bailey Carr?
Nothing to add, Provost. Thank you.
Any other independents? Anything to add? Can we agree with the report? So, agenda item 10 is appointments. The report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, pages 226 to 230. The report is taken as read, so I'll just open up for questions to officers, if anyone's got anything. Okay, I'll just hand over to Mr. You got a question, Councillor? No? I'll hand over to Mr. Moody to go through the appointments.
Thank you, Convener. And the first appointment is in relation to the Deputy Convener of the Planning Committee, and as usual, we seek nominations from the floor for that appointment.
Okay, do you have any nominations? Councillor Meikle-John.
Could I nominate Councillor Ian Sinclair?
Councillor Kelly.
Can I nominate Margaret Anslow? Councillor Margaret Anslow, please.
Okay. Councillor Bundy.
And could I nominate Bailey Kerr, please?
Okay. Yeah, that's all the nominations.
Thank you, Provost. And we now proceed to the vote on those nominations. And as usual, each member of the council voting should vote for one of each of the nominees. If there is no one with an overall majority at the end of that process, the person with the fewest votes will be struck out of the vote, and we'll move into a second vote. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Bundy.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Flynn.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Anslow.
Bailey Kerr.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor McCabe.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Nimmo.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Patterson.
Anslow.
Councillor Patrick.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Ritchie.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Sinclair.
And Councillor Spears.
Bailey Kerr.
Provost, there are 9 votes for Councillor Sinclair, there are 7 votes for Councillor Anslow, there are 8 votes for Bailey Kerr. Councillor Anslow is accordingly eliminated from the voting, and we proceed to a second round of votes. If you could just give us a couple of seconds just while we prepare the voting sheet. And just a reminder then, our remaining candidates are Councillor Sinclair and Bailey Kerr. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Bundy.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Flynn.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Sinclair.
Bailey Kerr.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor McCabe.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Nimmo.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Patrick. Councillor Redmond.
Sinclair.
Councillor Ritchie.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Sinclair.
And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 16 votes for Councillor Sinclair, there are 8 votes for Bailey Kerr, and Councillor Sinclair is duly appointed as the Deputy Convener.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. So we'll now move on to the next item, nominations for Trustee of Falkirk Temperance Trust. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. In this case, the nomination is for a non-councillor as the member of the Falkirk Temperance Trust. Information on the nominee is provided at 5.3. For those who've been council members for some time, she will be a familiar figure, both as a teacher representative on the Education Committee, and in other roles too. So the only matter, I think, is just really our members agreed to the appointment of Margaret Smith as a trustee.
Have we agreed? Okay, thank you. Agenda item 11, minute volume information bulletin. 11A, volume of minutes, volume 2, 25-26. Any questions on that? 11B, information bulletin, volume 2, 25-26. Any questions on that? No? Okay, that just remains for me to wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you for your attendance.